also. That way, with a blue screen, I can be able to, wear some green stuff.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah. And sorry everyone for my tardiness. Oh shit. I don't even have my microphone plugged up.
Damn.
There we go. Hopefully I don't sound like I'm in a wind tunnel like y'all said last week. But it's not temperature wise it's not as bad here, so it's cooled off, had a lot of rain coming in. Let me just hop over to the Rockfin side. Hopefully the computer is not doing no crazy stuff tonight. Because I got some links and stuff that I do want to share with everybody if it decides to cooperate. If
What's
it,
good though, man? How was your week? Oh, well, first let me start off. What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? You already know who it is. Here with Marcus Young, aka Young Morpheus, aka Drunk Uncle Marcus, aka Stay Out His Way. You know what I mean? We just added that last one. but
man,
but yo, first thing,
you,
let me say,
you don't
good
have
job.
people thinking that I'm the wild one when it's always you.
Oh, we leave it like that.
All right, I'm gonna
We
stop
leave it.
lying. I'm the wild one. I just be pretending that I'm not. That's the real truth.
Yeah, we leave it just like that. Um, with that being said, I watched the interview you did with Ryan from The Last American Vagabond. Good shit. It was a very good, smooth flowing interview. It wasn't awkward. It wasn't like you wasn't meat riding, as the kids say. So it was good. Good shit.
Nah, yeah, never that. I mean, I see kind of a mutual respect. I said respect. Uh, so, I do like a lot of. I mean, and I had to be honest too. The political matrix over here, we have like kind of, especially, during the C19, look to a lot of their work over there. So that is a fact. I also found it kind of interesting. I saw him on AM Wake Up like a couple of days later. And
Oh, okay.
one thing that I've noticed, and I've kind of noticed because he goes live on Saturdays also, but just a little bit earlier than we do. And so since I know that he comes on a little bit earlier than we do, sometimes he'll do it earlier in the day. Sometimes just like maybe he's ending like maybe about 30 minutes before we end. I'll catch some of his live stream. And one thing that I do like about what he does is, like us, he questions everything and he leaves everything open to be questioned. But what he does different than a lot of people who are in our circles is they don't necessarily go all the way diligently into vetting everything because we know that there's so much BS that goes on and so much propaganda. A lot of people will just be like, well, since there's always so much propaganda and BS, more than likely that's what it is, instead of going through and vetting it out. And he made a good point that when we don't, when we're not thorough on the stuff that we're talking about, people outside of our community tend to not listen to us and use that as an excuse to dismiss the things that we bring up that are legitimate. And the reason why that rung so solidly with me is I remember the whole Pizzagate thing, where
Oh,
since there wasn't a basement and everybody said it was in the basement, that was a big talking point to dismiss the whole entire thing. And so that's why I'm like,
correct.
we gotta make sure that we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's, especially going when we're dealing with people who want to dismiss anything we have to say anyway.
Well, Marcus, each day that goes by and we look at these things that happen, whether it's the Maui fire, whether it's 22 years ago, 2001, right? Um, or it's anything, or it was the Rona, we're always against, like, Mount Olympus of bullshit. And,
Mm-hmm.
the moment you start trying to say, well, that's not really a mountain, it's just a whole heaping pile of shit, they get
Mm.
upset. You know what I'm saying? But they've been swimming, working, walking, sleeping in that shit for so long, they can't tell that it stinks. You know what I'm saying? And for those of us who are not over there, we're telling them like, yo, dog, you stink. And you should really think about going to take a shower. You know what I'm saying? But but they don't view it that way, you know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm. I see Gregory. Gregory says we're up now. I was a little bit delayed on the rocking side, but I'm glad it's up. See Gregory over there. Very safe U.S. Biolabs. I guess Wayne Lopez is putting
Gregory
his
from
normal plug
BioLab, what's up?
in there. And shout out to everybody on our YouTube side. Got Chris H is in the building. I'm reading down from the bottom, so apologies for people who came in before. Miguel is in there.
Marcus, you
Yep.
got a little farmer's plan or something?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, I see what you're driving out on the pass. I mean, on the driver's side, arm out the window.
Nah, it's just that like as soon as I get off work, I take off my work shirt, and so it
Got you.
that's what it. So and a
So
lot of
you
people don't
flex.
like it.
So
Oh,
you be flexing on. So when you get out of work, you start flexing on the chicks, huh? You better be careful. Liz ain't playing that shit.
I, I no comment.
Yeah, you better chill, but just tell Liz we got her, yo. We
It's
got her bail.
people don't realize like it's been like a lot warmer than it normally is in California lately. And it's been humid,
Mm,
which it virtually never is. And my uniform probably
okay.
adds like 10 to 15 degrees onto that temperature. So when I get out of work
Got you.
and it's already 95, imagine what it feels like, in that uniform all day
Yeah,
long. So first thing I
yeah.
do, man, gotta get that shirt off me quick. And
No, I
so
feel you.
yes, I
You
am.
know here. Here by the time work ends for us, it's usually like, all right, let me try to run to the car before this rain comes. Because right every day, same time, and it's funny. All day I look out the window, it's beautiful, it's gorgeous. It'd be like, damn, I wish I was outside. By the time it comes for us to hit that door, it's gray, it's looking like Armageddon
Mhm.
outside, and then the sky opens up and the rain comes down something violent. But of course, given that it's Florida, that only lasts like 7 minutes, and then
Oh
it's
yeah.
like a human mess.
Oh yeah, I told everybody. I said, y'all think this? I mean, it's humid, but it's not like East Coast humid. Like
Oh
it's
no,
not like
our
being in the
humidity.
Southeast.
No, the humidity is ridiculous. Like, for women who care about their hair and, with the humidity messing up their hair, that's why these women don't go outside. They stay in the house.
Shoot, a lot of them keep their hair in ponytails most of the time. I mean, and
Yeah.
then on top of that, you talking about hair. What about makeup, man? These girls out here in Cali love that thick MAC makeup that you can scoop off with a spoon. And
Yeah,
so,
that stuff look like if you just scrape their face with like your fingernail, it would be like a whole bunch of makeup under your nail. You know what I'm saying?
oh, without
I
a
don't
doubt,
like
I
that.
mean, it looks good in a picture, but when you're seeing people in real life with all that makeup on, I mean, like that's some stuff which like people wear on a premiere where you need to be back a distance from them, or for like being on the
Yeah.
stage or some shit, or if you're gonna be like just taking some pictures. But these girls wear like Hollywood like runway makeup while working at like CVS and shit. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
that's why. Yeah. It's personally, I'm not a fan of it. You know what I'm saying? I have more selfish reasons. My shit is like, yo, if you touch me with your face, you're gonna stain up my shirt. So mine is
Hmm.
very basic, and like, damn, don't stain up my shirt. We just got outside. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Gipper said bonnets. I know I'm probably getting in trouble for this opinion, but I hate to see a woman wearing a bonnet outside the house. Come outside the house
for
prepared. I don't want to see your fucking bonnet.
For me, it's like it's a mixed bag, right? Because I understand it, right? If let's just say you have to take your child to school at like 7:30, but you don't have to be at work until 9. And you can get to drop your kid off and then go back home. I understand why they still got the bonnet on their head at that time. You know what I mean? My problem
first
is
thing in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, but after 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon and you dressed and you outside, you got that shit on. It's like, come on. Yo, Yipper, you're funny as shit.
But it's honestly that's the same thing as like, remember the people how we would look down, like you see somebody with like a Jerry curl bag on and house shoes.
Oh yeah.
It's the same. It's just a new generation of those same people, and now they're online more. That's all it is.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you, if you set up a camera in front of like a beauty supply store, particularly on a Friday morning, oh, you gonna get a lot of looks, because that's when they be running out.
You will be exposing people.
Yeah, that's whenever I see them the most, in the morning. But afternoon, they be like, yo, where they all went? Like, I don't see them no more.
Hey, and don't let it be like a Friday, first of the month.
Oh yeah, they outside. They outside. They put the beauty supply spot right next to the nail salon, so you already know. Like, mornings they be having lines out there.
Oh man, boy, we could talk about this kind of stuff all day. One of these days, we're just gonna have a talk. We're gonna have no serious topics. Just talk about some stuff.
Yeah, I'm with it. We didn't play no. We haven't had bless you. We haven't had a music one in some time.
We need to have another music one too, because man, I don't know. I know some of the audience, they do enjoy, Spanish music. Some don't, but Ozuna's new album, Afro, that's what I've been vibing on mostly lately. Actually,
he was down here. Yeah, he was just down here. I want to say maybe 2 weeks ago.
Shoot, it's always somebody out here.
Marcus, do you like Afro beats?
Yeah.
You mess with Afro beats?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Because this is totally off everything, not related to anything we're going to talk about, but I just want to go down this short little rabbit hole. Yo, Black Americans on Twitter or X, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Oh, God. I know what you're talking about. The FBA crowd.
Dog, the FBA crowd. Dog, I don't understand them because they're on some like stupid. They're on some stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? And like, it's not even anything important, but like they're on this like, oh, Black Americans created hip hop, right? It wasn't Jamaican people. It wasn't Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying? Okay, fine. You guys, Black Americans created hip hop. Cool. Thank you. We appreciate it. You know what I mean? But then they see somebody like Busta Rhymes or people from back in the day talking about what the vibe was like in New York, in the Bronx specifically. And like they have such a problem with it. But it's like, yo, dude, you were in Atlanta in 1973. Dog, you don't know what it was like in New York in 1977, 78. You don't know that vibe that was there. You know what I mean? And all of the cultures there contributed to that. It wasn't just only Black Americans who was like, yo, we gonna do this, and everybody else jumped off on it. You know what I mean? And not for nothing, there's a lot of people may not realize the nationalities of a lot of their favorite rappers, but Biggie, half Jamaican. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Like a lot of these dudes, if it's not a parent, it's maybe a grandmother or a grandfather. You know what I mean? A lot of time they do come from the Caribbean. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? And like even Fab is what, half Dominican?
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? So the way that they just really make it seem as if there was no other flavor in the pot, like it was just only soul food, like there was no jerk chicken, like there was no, rice and peas and something else or arroz con pollo or something in that pot. They fucking lying to themselves. And I'm watching it and listening to it, and I keep rolling my eyes really hard at it because it's just like, dude, you gotta chill the fuck out with this. Like you trying to gatekeep over something that's not meant to be gatekept in the way that you're doing it. If you really wanted to criticize anything in the hip hop world, you really should just be going at all the people that we did allow in who make a lot of money off of us and put their kids through college and afford themselves this lavish lifestyle over the thoughts and the pens of these young minorities, throughout the country. You should be getting on the label owners and the radio owners and the streaming service provider, the streaming services, the people who own those. That's who you really should be getting at. But to be attacking like Jamaicans and Puerto Ricans and shit like that, it just sounds stupid because it goes to show when they start talking like that, Marcus, I swear to God, I say,
Mm-hmm.
okay, these people not from New York, they was not there, they have no idea what it's like.
Majority of these FBA majority come from the from the southeast. Majority of
Yes.
them.
Yes.
It's and with some of the stuff which I hear with the Hebrew Israelite stuff and where like the Negro only movements and the like some of this Moorish American stuff. Most of this stuff is coming out of the southeast. Most of it.
Yeah, correct. And to Chris H's comment when he says, I get why Tariq Nasheed started that thing about the hip hop 50th. He feels that Black Americans are getting so much disrespect and are dispossessed from something they made. Yo, Kendrick Lamar, J. Cole, who else? Future. Who else? Name somebody else. All these dudes who are big in rap are primarily black. Lil Wayne, these dudes are primarily Black Americans. So I don't understand like what he's talking about when he says they're getting disrespected and
I don't I don't
dispossessed.
I don't get that either because they make it like there's some check that's going out to every black person that they're not getting because some person from the Caribbean is taking this check from them or getting credited. The only people who are having this beef in this conversation at all, who sparked this conversation, who is all butthurt about it, is FBAs. Nobody outside of black people, for the most part, give a shit about this conversation. But
Correct. That's what,
FBAs are so. And the thing about it is, you think if their big issue is reparations and against systemic racism, why do you spend so much time focusing on people who are going through the same damn thing you are?
you see what you feel me? Like
You don't you're
when
not looking towards the oppressor. You're only looking at other people going through the same shit you are. I mean, these people. It's almost like I don't. At first, I was like, man, this is like some agent kind of stuff going on. But no, this is a lot of just ignorant ass black people.
it really is, it's online ignorance, and it's like they insulate themselves with like-minded individuals. So that's all they take. They're busy showing. They keep repeating this video of the Jubilaires, this Black American group
Yeah, yeah,
from
from
the
like the
1930s
'60s,
or 40s or something like that. And
'50s.
what they
Yeah,
were
yeah, I think
doing,
'50s.
yeah, and what they were doing, if you look at it, you could say, yeah, that was rap. That's what they were doing, right? They were rhyming words, barbershop quartet shit, and they was rhyming you know, on beat, shit like that. All right, cool, you got that, dog. Ain't nobody trying to take it from you. But with that being said, dog, some of the best fucking hardest music was probably made by people who was mixed. So you gotta relax.
But what I would even say to that is that's one isolated song, maybe a couple of songs here and there. It didn't start the whole genre. The genre it wasn't like the people who started the genre of hip hop and rap went back and listened to that album and said, "Ooh, let's copy this." I
Correct.
guarantee you, thought that they were doing something completely unique and different. And so when you start talking about, oh, it's a nonsensical argument. And what I see is
Marcus,
this movement of people is. Oh, what was that?
Marcus, before I was gonna say before any one of those numbskulls comes across his video and then decides to try to hate, even though I'm the mixed one here, I am born and raised here, right? You are an American through and through, right? On both sides. You're not mixed with, Caribbean, at least from your parents, right?
But they start doing some digging. They're gonna call me a tether also. So
Yeah, of course. I'm a tether too. I'll be learning all these words. You know what I'm saying? I'm a tether and all this shit like that. Nigga, I grew up in fucking Queens, B. Like, what the fuck you mean tether?
I'm like, bro, how do you get more American than growing up in Kansas?
That's some Superman shit, right? That's what I'm saying. That shit is funny. But I hear them and I'm just like, yo, your arguments are some base level stupid shit. And then to Thomas's point, when he says, aren't the billionaire rappers Black American? Jay-Z, Kanye, Dr. Dre, they're all Black American. You know what I'm saying? So nobody's taking the culture from them. I just don't, to me, again, like, that's what you get from eating so much fucking pig's feet and fucking chitlins and shit like that. That shit is going through your system, rotting your brain, B. Stop eating all that shit, all right? It told you in the book, don't eat all that.
That too, but it's also a lot of those people are so insulated in only Black Americans or white people. And then anybody else who don't fit into that is the enemy also. And so it's everybody else is the enemy. And it's me against the world mentality, which
No, I wanted to say, not for nothing, but and growing up in New York, whenever we would meet somebody from the South, or Baba, what's up? I see you in here. Anytime, like, people from the South came up to New York, or you went outside of New York, you went to the South, they didn't even really like us like that. It was on some, oh, y'all New Yorkers, y'all city slickers, y'all talk so fast. Y'all too slick. You know what I mean? Y'all always on some scam shit. Y'all are not, you're just different from us, right? Okay, cool. Now all of a sudden we have these conversations, and now all of a sudden you want to claim New York City now. Now you want to say, oh, that's Black American culture. Nah, nigga, you stay where you was at. You didn't like us 20, 30 years ago. Leave us alone. You understand what I'm saying? They're just fucking weirdos to me. And they just seem like a lot of things, because their life maybe didn't go the way they wanted to. They're just bitching and complaining and taking shots at people. You know what I mean? It's just very weird behavior from Black men, especially.
I mean, and here's the thing with FBAs, especially like for instance, FBA, a lot of them have so much beef towards everybody, and they spread, and it's not even beef towards that. It's even beef within other Black people. So,
no, ADOS, American descendants of slaves, beefs with the freedmen, who beef with the FBA, who beef with the ones who say that they are Native American.
Yeah, who beef with the Moors and all this shit too.
What I say when I say Native American, I'm not talking about people who look like Indio or Taino. I'm talking about other Black people.
Yeah,
they are saying that they are natives, and then they show these pictures from like the 1800s or the 1700s, and they show Black people in like what would be like traditional Native gear, and they're like, this is picture proof that, you know, wear FBA and shit like that. And I'm just thinking to myself, dog, you don't think that maybe like the people in that picture, the people like who they were born to and prior were brought here on a fucking ship, and maybe they just escaped, or maybe they were sold to this particular group. Maybe that's how they see it. Because I'm just trying to understand. I watched a video from Thomas, Oklahoma, and I think everybody should go and check him. You know, I believe he said that there was no Negroid in one of the videos. I think they said there was no Negroid DNA in this section of the world. I mean, I could be wrong. Thomas, please correct me if I am wrong. But at least through the DNA, I didn't even really see a huge amount of people that look like you and I, Marcus, on this side of the world 4 or 5 years ago.
And what I'll say is there was some black people here pre-Columbus, but to take the twos and fews and then turn that into that they were the originators and they were the original Native Americans. What that branches out from this ideology of, you know, black people in general are the oldest people, and so therefore they had to have went to every place in the earth, and so if there's other people who are there, then they must have supplanted them somehow. And that's this going with a little bit here and then jumping and building off of faulty you know, platform. But what it is there is records that you did have people who came out of West Africa who came over here, and that's actually incorrect, Thomas. The reason why that's incorrect is you could see that the Native Americans over here were trading with tribes in Africa. And when you go into the metallurgy, there was stuff that they were finding in arrowheads and certain vegetation and fruits that they could only get from North America, which they were finding in parts of West Africa. And so it would show that there was trading that was going on back and forth, and that there were people who were coming over here. Now, what was the number? How many were coming over here is the real question. I would say at max, we're talking about, and I'm talking about into, say, and it's not even really up until like, you know, the main part of North America. We're talking about more into the coastal regions of like where Mexico would be, and further south is where you see more of this evidence. And I'm saying no more than maybe 5,000, 10,000 max, and maybe a couple thousand might have stayed here, but that's still leaving hundreds of thousands of other people who were no kind of African origin who were here. Then you had so they take that little bit, and the little bit who might have well, they take that little bit of evidence combined with some of them might have stayed and intermingled into some of these tribes, and then they take during the slave trade, blacks who were running from slavery, who were assisted by native tribes, and then some who were given land by native tribes and then built up their own new tribes. And they're taking all of this
Marcus,
and jumping to illogical understanding.
Marcus, let me ask you this, and you know, I could be foul as fuck for this, you know what I'm saying, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
You don't think it's weird that you are the most hated group of people on this side of the world, right? By the people who run this world, right? You don't think it's kind of weak and corny to be begging these people for reparations?
Well, that's the reason why I tell black people that instead of trying to fight for getting something out, because here's the thing, if you don't have reparations in this country, you're never going to have any form of equality. There's no way to take it, because let's just call it how it is, the power dynamic in this country has been firmly established by white people. They basically control the banks, the businesses, control most of the corporations, politics, or whatever. And when you're 13, 14% of the population, you don't have any kind of leverage to demand it. So you're kind of forced to ask for it, or else just, okay, throw up your hands and not get it. And I've just kind of come to the realization it's never going to happen. So, and I made a video about this on TikTok that, this division is just going to be here because there's nobody trying to rectify it. It's kind of like if I'm a bully and I just beat the shit out of this kid and they have no means of fighting back but getting bullied by me. It's incumbent upon me to rectify the situation for it to stop, or it's just going to continue. That's the reason why I feel like if 40 million black people all as a whole got together and said, you know what, you're not going to treat us right, and let's all just get up and dip. That honestly would hurt this country far more because there would be, I would go to say, trillions of dollars instantly lost from this country that could not be put back into it.
And Marcus, I want to answer Meteor Dream's question. He said, why did the small hats and the Japanese get reparations? Well, the first group that you named, when we start looking at the banking system and what's, and what's what in this country, it's not a surprise that they in particular got reparations. And to the extent that the Japanese got reparations, it was a smaller group at that particular time that they could, just cut a check for that tiny, tiny, tiny group. The Yippers wants to know who the small hats are.
Yipper knows. Quit playing. Actually, I want to answer this from Meteor Dreams also. It says, I'm put on the screen. All Puerto Ricans have African DNA, 15 to 20% on average, depending on the region. That's just the ones who you look at who don't look like they have any. You have whole parts of Puerto Rico where you have people who look like Wesley Snipes that don't speak a lick of English.
Yes, Major Torre. I know him.
And so you have a lot of Afro-Latinos throughout the Caribbean who they have, like, for instance, their DNA is flipped. They have like 15 to 25% of Arawak or Taino. And so you have that also. You can't leave that out.
And Marcus, too, to the extent that they talk about reparations for the native population that was here, right, after their genocide and shit like that. The reparations they received were the land wasn't the best for farming. They gave them casinos, buildings that are filled with nothing but alcohol, right? So to the extent that, they got reparations, they got a little bit here and there, that deal isn't all that great. Okay,
well,
because
not even all of them got that, though. There are many tribes that got zero, got nothing.
Facts. You know what I'm saying? And just keep in mind, too, you are black. You are of African descent. You are the ones that they don't like. They will deal with every other group but you. You are last on the list.
Mm-hmm.
Just look at it in every single metric from the ruling class and how they do people. We are at the bottom of every single thing.
Yeah. And unless you build up allies with other people who are being oppressed, you will get nothing, you idiots.
They're forever going, they're not going to get anything. And then I like whenever they say, well, so if you're Jamaican, you need to go ask England. Oh, if you're Haitian, you need to go ask the French, blah, 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 blah. Yo, whether it was the Americans, whether it's the French, whether it's the English, whether it's Spanish, they're all the same. They are all the same to me. Maybe their tongues are different, but they all the fucking same to me. And they don't like your nigga ass. Let's keep it
the same. I agree with that sentiment. And that's the reason why I say that I take that a step further. I don't tell them, I don't tell people, oh well, Jamaican, you just got to go to the British, and actually you got to go to the Irish too, because the Irish had a bigger hand than the British did, really, as far as
Mhm.
owning the plantations. But I say if Black Americans were to drop this foolishness and back, back Jamaicans, back Haitians, back, all the whole entire West Indies, and even back, South Americans. If they did that and back each other and back natives for their claims, then they would get that same support back. And so, therefore, if we get some money because they're helping back us, then we need to put our money and effort and time and causes and resources towards putting pressure on those governments to get those funds back also. And it needs to be a concerted effort. But these people don't think that way. They think that the 5 or 6% of them can force a whole entire nation, a nation which literally right now is controlling and pushing the buttons of the whole entire world. They think that little bit of them have enough power to do something, which this is why I know we're dealing with stupid people.
Fact. And then not only that, let's just say they did decide to cut a check. You think the next day inflation won't be 95%?
That's why I say we got to dip.
They would so fast make that money worthless. You
That's
understand? Like they would make
that's the reason why I think if they built up these types of unities and respect for each other, then easily they could say, you know what, we got our money. We already know the U.S. is going to screw us over, so let's go kick it with our people who are down in the Bahamas and the people in Dominican Republic and all these other places, and then move there and then help build up those nations, and then we can
Mhm.
start something a whole new and afresh, because many of us speak the same languages and don't have that much difference in culturally because of our connections here in America. That's what I would
And you
do.
know
But
what?
we're dealing with people who I can't deal. I wanted to
Right. And
answer this
Mark
one before I forget.
and
Meteor
Marcus,
Dreams.
they
Yeah,
they
Meteor
they have a
Dreams said.
problem. I'm sorry.
Here, let me answer this real quick, and I'll give it to you.
Yeah.
Meteor Dreams said Dominicans don't call themselves black because they're Spanish. One yelled at me. Black Americans got to understand the dynamic that's going on here, because in their country, things are so massively different. The way race is categorized and stuff like that, they do have uh, a deep tie to their nation versus their race in particular. Now, do they still have these battles as far as black and indigenous and all that in their country? Yes. But they say that I'm Dominican because they're trying to separate from somebody assuming that they're black American, and the goods and the bads being put on them and them having to argue and defend for black Americans, which they're not. And so that's why a lot of them will do that. But yeah, go ahead.
Hmm. No, I was gonna say, my father came here in the '60s, right? He's from Panama. He's dark as hell, right? My father's very dark skinned, actually. With that being said, when he got here, who was the ones who he most had to fight? It was black Americans doing their best white American rendition. Oh, you so dark, you a nigger. Look at you. Look how you
Mm-hmm.
look like a monkey. Da 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 da. These are black Americans who just went through all this other kind of shit. So now when you see black people who just come from someplace else and maybe they have a different tongue and they got a few different there's a few cultural differences, you want to put hands on those people, right? So it wasn't
Mm-hmm.
until my father and his brothers had to start, putting hands on some of them black Americans in Brooklyn did they learn to like try to respect people. You know what I'm saying? On some point. So let's not even forget that. I know that there's a number of Africans and West Indians who shit on black people, black Americans. And, I've spoken out about that here on this show before. I don't fucking like that shit either. I think they should really shut up, because then if that's the case, if you're so smart and brave and all this other shit, go to Nigeria, fix it up. Why don't you get some plumbing in place, right? Jamaica, why don't you go take control of your tourist area, right? So there's smoke for them, but the black Americans, y'all have the same ignorance too that they have. So all I'm saying for everybody, just leave your ignorance at the door, flush that shit down the toilet, and find a way. Because you know what, the French, the English, the Spaniards, they don't fight amongst each other like that, right? The French say, "Yo, these Haitians owe us money. Yo, U.S., you gonna collect that for us?" And they went ahead and did the job for them, right? So the Black Americans who want to section themselves off into an even smaller group, good luck. Good luck.
Yeah.
So I think we sorry for taking us down there. It's like a little.
Yeah.
It's been working.
Obviously, you
like
could tell
2 weeks or so.
we both have some frustrations dealing, with some of these people and some of these conditions. Because I know, and this is the last thing I'll say on it. I had to deal with why couldn't you act like this? Why couldn't you talk this way? Why do you listen to that kind of music? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? And basically, people in the Black community expected me to fit into a Black caricature. And so a lot of times I completely understand that. And we'll have this energy for people that have done nothing to us, who are going through the same shit as we are, but then they'll turn around and say, fuck the white man. But you're not doing nothing back to them. I accidentally step on your shoe and you're ready to put 3 in my chest. And this dude will sit up there and take your whole apartment, throw you and your mama out on the streets. And y'all just, well, I mean, I guess it sucks the way things are now. Y'all don't have that same energy when y'all are actually getting oppressed. When you're actually dealing with the system you complain about. But for the slightest thing, the people who look just like you're ready to, take out in a moment. But yeah, let's change gears. I don't know. And let me just respond to this real quick. This Carpathian 9 dude who's on Rockfin. If there's a way to block you from the channel, you're about to get that way because you're getting fucking annoying. I don't know who the hell you are. I don't need to show you jack shit. So if you don't like the show, fucking bounce, bitch. You don't have to be here. There's a whole bunch of other Rockfin shows you can watch. So don't come at me acting like I need to do anything for you. I don't know you. Nor do I respect you by the way I'm talking to you. People like this don't realize. We get online and we talk and stuff like that, but where we grew up, people who talk like you face to face get knocked the fuck out. And it frustrates me that I have to deal with little piece of shit assholes who get on here and talk crazy because they're not in nobody's face. Sorry about that, everybody.
I know
Hey, Denver, how you doing?
No, Denver. Oh, my man Denver's in the building. What's up, Denver? But yeah, that's. It's wild that I didn't even see the comments. I'm waiting for Rockfin to load. I don't know. It's moving.
I saw the comment, and I'm like, I get tired of people talking. You don't like what we're talking about? Fucking bounce. You don't have to fucking be here.
There's this like hate watching stuff, like people who watch programs where they hate the people or they hate the topics, and they're just there to talk. It's like, yo, why don't you find something that you wholly agree on, and just go get your shit off there. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand. Like, there's a lot of programs that I don't agree with. I see bits and pieces of it, but I don't bother to put myself in their chat to go there just to. You understand what I'm saying? I don't waste my time with that.
Or I say like this, I don't say that shit. Hey. I people know out here in LA, I go to places all the time. Please just come up and say it to me. Let me know how you really feel. At least I'll have respect for it. But let's get on to the show. We went almost 45 minutes and ain't even talked about one topic yet.
Oh yeah, it's all good though.
But man. But I imagine that's part of why some of the people watch our channel, because they like the free flowing conversation and that nothing is scripted over here. I mean, y'all getting what's on the top of our domes live always.
And I think the other part that people like, we not begging them for money. We're not begging them for money. We're not asking them for no bread. You know what I'm saying? We just do this off the love. You know what I'm saying? If this is a park or a barbershop or a cookout or something, we'd probably be rolling up something, having drinks, playing cards, having, the same conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I figured that I was able to block them over there, so they're gone. I don't care. I don't have no. Yeah, I blocked them, Miguel. I don't have time to argue it with anybody. If you can support it or not, cool. If you support it, cool. If you don't, okay. But I'm not about to have a fucking conversation or debate with any of you people about this. I've already done enough and play and laid out my cards. And you agree with it or you don't. Plain and simple. But we already know where I stand. You can't sit there and you cannot sit there and extort trillions of dollars from fucking people and think everything is all cool and everything is all right. And no, I don't know you shit. Fuck you.
Mm-hmm. Yo, Marcus, I know this is going somewhere else, but the comments, they're very interesting, right? I'm reading them. I saw somebody in the comment section, this is going to take us off topic, but someone in the comment section I was looking for, but I can't find it now, posted something regarding your boy Vivek and Jason Burmis. Yo, what's good with Burmis, though? Like, yo, Burmis is out here. I'm sorry to say it, but I keep it real, and look, he's out here acting like a goofy behind this dude Vivek. Like, just because he said a couple of things, just because Vivek has, again, Vivek, like Trump, like everybody else, is a broken clock. They're going to be right twice a day. They're going to say something because he talks so much. Yeah, sure, there's going to be one or two things you agree with, but because Vivek said something about 9/11, Burmis is like, fuck, 9/11, doing the whole Glizzy rendition, right? Like, dude, son, just chill, B. Like, just take him for what it's worth. But I don't know. I don't even get the notifications for our own channel, but for some reason, Burmis, I be getting his notifications. It's very weird, especially considering how much he was talking about, Corona last year. So on that note, I'll give it to him. But, again, and then my other problem with people like Burmis is they talk all this government freedom shit or government tyranny and freedom from tyranny and I want the right to do what I want and blah, 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 blah. They damn sure do always seem to like minorities who don't like niggas. And that's why I always have a problem with people like Burmis and that type of ilk. They see, Marcus, you've heard me say this on this show mad times. They see conspiracies everywhere except for when it comes to us. And they're always so fucking clueless when it comes to us that you would hear somebody like Vivek and you would say, oh, well, look, he's a brown guy and he's talking that good stuff and I'm going to support him. And it's like, yo, he's the most ignorant mother out there. I mean, not the most, but he surely is extremely ignorant, right? He's tied to Soros. He started a pharmaceutical company selling a bullshit drug from GlaxoSmithKline that they couldn't even get to market. And he beat investors in the head to get that money. And he made a shit ton of money like that. And I'm just saying, Jason Burmis is the dude you hyping up, all because he said 9/11 was done by who? And he ain't even getting the right people right on 9/11. He's busy talking about Saudis and why we ain't go after Saudis. When we start talking about 9/11 and you only mentioning the Saudis, you're an op. Because there's another group that's right next to the Saudis who you really should be looking at too. So the smile on your face told me you understood what the fuck I just said.
I mean, to me, is when I started doing like the researching and really going down the road and looking at this stuff, I couldn't believe how clear what was going on. I mean, it was right there. I'm like, how did I ignore all these people who a lot of other people listen to, who they deem are much smarter than we are, and maybe they are much smarter than we are. How do they not see what looks like is pretty fucking clear here? And then I'll hear each of these people talk about this little influence here and that here and how this ties here, but they don't connect none of this shit together. And then it always turns into this. I don't know. They'll be right on the point, and then they take this weird left hand turn and go off the road, and it's like they'll be so close yet so far. And I mean, for all those people who know that there's a great, a managerial. Well, I don't even know if it's a managerial class. I'll say there is a dominant class who is controlling things. And y'all know that, but y'all still even pay attention to elections. It's like, come on, man. You're making it hard for me to take you serious if you really think that any of these candidates are anything but controlled puppets. Vivek is nothing but the biggest damn swindler there is. Somebody said, what was it? I think Baba said something about he is a mix of like, what was it? Obama and Pete Buttigieg.
And Buttigieg.
But this is what he is. This is like, it's like they sat in the lab and they said, well, let's take a little bit of RFK and let's dump a little bit of Obama in here. And let's take a little of George Bush and let's take a little of Trump. And and all he did is like, this dude literally went and just cherry picked off of every popular point off of each one of these politicians and trying to act as if it's him. He copied a little bit off of DeSantis. He's copied a little bit off of Trump. He's copied a little bit off of RFK. He's done the whole unity thing, which Biden tries to push. He's tried to do the, I'm for the little guy Bernie Sanders thing. He is nothing but a fucking con man. And how you cannot see this, his whole career has been nothing but being a con man. Period.
Marcus, you know what is going to come out? I don't not knowing why he is not talking like how he's supposed to talk. He's talking like a white boy. He's not talking like he's supposed to. He's a con man. I'm telling you. I'm knowing it because my cousins are telling me this.
Man, I don't know if you've seen, because it's funny, like you speaking a whole lot like what Dr. Shiva was saying, but Dr. Shiva calls him out and a lot of these people out, and he's 1,000% correct on the shit that he's been saying. I mean, and so anybody who takes Vivek seriously, it makes me honestly, well, but I'll put all my cards on the table when it comes to any of these sources, which I go from. I'll take a person on this statement here and vet it out. I'm like, okay, they're on point there. We'll take a little bit here. Oh, she's on point there. But a lot of these different people I listen to, like 75% of the stuff that they say, I disagree with. I think that they're wrong on so many issues. But on the areas where they're right, they're good on this here. But that's honestly how I see most content creators in general. I disagree with them on majority of what they say. Yeah, sorry for the news flash, but Nimrata Haley is another one. Oh, he blasted all, man. If y'all didn't, it's this one video he did where he was reviewing the Republican candidates. He blasted them all, every single one of them. Oh yeah, did you hear? Speaking of former presidential candidates, did you hear Bill Richardson passed away?
Who passed away?
Bill Richardson. He was the former governor of
New Mexico.
New Mexico, yeah. Which he was also on the Epstein list. Yeah, he went on Epstein Island also. So I just, honorable mention to him out there. Bruce said Bill Richardson. He ran in 2008?
Yes, he ran in 2007, 2008. He was one of the ones that, he kind of got me during that campaign because he actually started, he said some things that was like about foreign policy that I was just like, whoa, I didn't expect somebody of his stature to say. So, for a second, I was like, yo, this guy, Bill Richardson, is not bad. But then obviously I started doing some homework, and then I was like, oh, nah, okay. Again,
Yeah,
broke the
no,
clock,
no.
right?
No,
But again, that was
actually,
that was 2007, 2006. You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? Like by
Well,
that time, I was already like,
yeah, I ended up going for Obama. Like Obama was like my fourth candidate. Like I can't remember that. It was a Republican who was running in there. No, after him. Crap. Who was the dude that got caught up with the side chick?
John Edwards.
John Edwards. That's honestly who I that's who I was with at first. I was with John Edwards. And then after John Edwards, I went with that the Chuck Hagel. That's who it was, Chuck Hagel. Because Chuck Hagel was he was trying to shut down all this foreign war stuff, and he was about shutting down bases and doing all this stuff just for him to get corrupted later on with the Obama administration. But that's a whole other topic. But yeah, I just wanted to, give that honorable mention to Bill Richardson. And then who was the other some other famous singer from way back when just passed away too. That's interesting.
Famous singer who just passed away.
Figure the chat. They'll probably know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I saw something about somebody, but I don't recall. You know what I mean? Yo, I see we got the hurricane in the it's one of the topics. Here.
Yeah, I had a video on that. Actually, one thing that I wanted to get into before you drop that one. I know ain't nobody heard this shit. I was like, Jimmy Buffett, that's who it was. Thanks, Denver. Jimmy Buffett died. Margaritaville. But
wow.
Yeah. Well, you're close. I know who you were talking about, Thomas. Sinead O'Connor, but no, she died like 2 weeks ago. This story blew my mind, and since we're a content creator, and I was talking about content creators, it jogged my memory. This woman is I don't know if she still is because she's arrested right now, but a former YouTuber. Pretty prominent one to some people, but and see, this is why I tell you, gotta get on TikTok, man. The news is reporting TikTok stuff now. So on some stuff, TikTok is ahead of even the news.
And my kids are literally starving. I hesitate to say this because it's going to sound like I'm like a mean barbarian.
This morning, a Utah mom influencer arrested, facing 6 felony counts of aggravated child abuse. For the first time, we're hearing emergency responders as they see one of Ruby Frankie's children after he allegedly escaped through a window.
Female does have duct tape around each ankle. He's not telling ERP why. And said that there's sores around his wrists and ankles. He's becoming, the correction, the ERP is becoming emotional regarding the child's health. I'm going to go ahead and have medical speed on this one.
Arrest documents saying the child escaped to a neighbor's home. The 12-year-old child described by that neighbor in a phone call to police as emaciated and malnourished. Court documents also describing deep lacerations from being tied up with a rope.
He's also saying that there's 2 of his sisters are back at the home as well.
Police say they also found Frankie's 10-year-old daughter malnourished. Frankie is known for her strict parenting advice to millions of TikTok and YouTube followers. The mom of 6 previously received criticism online for some parenting tactics, seen in a now deleted YouTube video saying she has kept food from her kids.
I'm not even going to let you eat breakfast until you get your chores done.
Experts say Frankie's videos, even the deleted ones, could be used against her in court.
If you're the prosecutor and the detectives, you may really be happy you have that, because it could well corroborate some of these charges that the government is alleging.
So I was like, see how somebody will think, oh, look, suburban mom, she just looks so harmless and innocent. Some of the people who are the most harmless and innocent are the most evil fucking people on this earth.
That's a shame. I had never even heard of her. So what is she, one of these people online who like offers parenting advice, tells you, listen to my words, and this is how you be the best parent ever, by following me. Okay, got it. Yeah.
And this is what she's doing to her 6 kids.
When people scream too loud about certain things, you know what I'm saying? You got to be very wary of those people, dog, because something ain't right. Me, that's why I say I don't like kids. Fuck them kids, right? But you know what? You ain't never gonna hear about me abusing no child, especially like that. I mean, look, I don't even like the ones I have, but I be feeding them. You know what I'm saying? I'll be making sure they're okay sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But the one thing they never gonna say is, yeah, dad talk a lot of shit, but you know what? Dad ain't never abused me. He ain't never do no wild shit. He ain't never put us in funny situations, pause, like none of that. You know what I mean? They just be like, yo, dude talks a lot of shit, but that's about it. Watch them people, man. When they be too, yeah, just watch them.
Denver said, I thought it was Chelsea Manning.
Oh, shit.
Oh, man. Oh, you're wrong for that.
Yo, Denver,
you're wrong for that, Denver. You're wrong for that.
Denver, that was good.
But you know, when I heard this story, you know what it reminded me of? For the movie heads out there, do y'all remember the movie Running Scared with Paul Walker?
Yo, that's my movie.
You remember when Oleg got in the back of that van and he got took to that fucking house?
And it was, it was the white lady who was all like, "Oh, I'm Disney, he, I love kids, haha." And they took him in a room where the floor was plastic. Okay, yeah.
With a video camera, like, who the hell picks up a kid? They don't have no kids, and they got like a full game room type setup and it's some sick.
Yo, that movie is
people out here.
That movie is so underrated.
Honestly, it's probably one of the best like action suspense movies out there, but it gets no love.
Yeah, I don't know why it didn't get any love, but yo, that was a really good movie. It had an excellent twist. You didn't know what was coming.
I know why it gets no love because of all the shit that it was talking about in there. You don't want people to start thinking about that some of the most twisted people can be wine moms and that the cops are corrupt. Think about it. And that you have FBI agents who's supposed to be undercover who are out there committing crimes too and covering up murders. Think about it. Every way around that, it paints a negative viewpoint on our society. I mean, think about it. And who do you have who is the bright spot of person who does the most honorable thing in the movie? The prostitute.
Yep.
I don't know.
Really did.
I don't know. Y'all let me know if we ever stop doing this politics stuff. I might do a movie review channel. I've always thought about it because I love movies so much.
We could do movies and music. Yeah, we could get with the dumb shit.
Dude, because I already know that like one of these days, well, it depends. I probably would do like a breakdown of every Black Mirror episode. But let me not get myself too sidetracked. What else did I have in the docket I wanted to share with y'all? Yo, what's wrong with your boy? Let's talk about
Which
him
one?
real quick. Let's talk about him real quick.
Which one?
I call him Mitch the bitch, but or some people call him Cocaine Mitch.
You said they're gonna be calling him Chris Price. Shit.
Yo, that's a good idea on Rockfin. We might have to do a movie night.
I'm with it.
And just break down movie like one of these. Like I did a Matrix breakdown, which I'm gonna go through and try to clean it up. The audio wasn't that great on it, but man, if y'all knew how thorough I went in breaking down the Matrix, I don't know. Let's see. Let's put our homeboy Mitch the bitch on the screen.
You see Baba's comment, Glitch McConnell.
That's the new one. That's his name from now on. On this show, that's his name from now on. He will not be known as anything but Glitch McConnell from now on.
Yo, he's like the Ninja Turtle who got stuck.
Yes, the super slow turtle.
Is raising concerns on whether he's still.
If talking through your eyes was a thing, he's trying to tell somebody.
Was asked whether he would run for re-election.
Tell somebody I'm being held hostage by my body.
About 10 seconds. The incident comes more than a month after McConnell had a similar freeze-up mid-sentence while speaking to the press on Capitol Hill. The following day, 90-year-old California Senator Dianne Feinstein appeared confused during a committee meeting.
Yeah, just say aye. Okay, just aye.
Hours after the incident, Representative Dean Phillips expressed concern for McConnell and says, though he supports term limits, he writes, it would require amending our Constitution. Nonpartisan group U.S. Term Limits contends age is just a number. What's needed is more turnover in Congress. Nearly 30 seconds of sudden silence Wednesday from the Senate's top Republican Mitch McConnell during a press conference is raising concerns on whether
my
he's still
earpiece
fit to
is starting
serve
to
in
fall out,
office.
so I didn't
After 80
barely hear it. But yeah,
So Marcus,
these motherfuckers too old, dog. They too old, man.
You know what pisses me off is that this news report went on to talk about Mitch McConnell freezing up the other day. They went ahead and referenced how he froze up. What was it? 2 weeks ago, or whatever it was. Dog. Biden still looks worse than him, and he's glitching right in front of our face. And
but
they will not do any. They will not do
what
any
they're doing,
kind
right?
of what?
They all covering for each other.
Oh yeah.
They all covering for each other. Remember when Biden fell, Trump was covering for him. Then the old stuff, whatever. Now Biden is covering for Mitch McConnell. All of them are, because they know that they're all the geriatrics are all covering for each other because they know that they've been sent out and the handlers are like, listen, we ain't groomed up the other ones completely yet. They still get a little squirrely. So we need y'all to stick in here until we can get the last, get that last little squirreliness out of them, and then we can hand over the reins to our next corrupt bunch. Then you guys can retire. They have a good one. Y'all are funny tonight.
Yo, the crazy part, I think he did have a stroke. Again, the crazy part is that to see them reference in that video right there, they referenced Feinstein and they referenced McConnell, but they completely left out Joe Biden. Again, that tells you there's an agenda at play. They're trying to protect him. They're trying to act as if, these same things don't happen with Biden. In fact, it's more embarrassing with Biden. At least you could see with Mitch McConnell, at the very least, you can see he's stroking out. Pause. He's having a stroke, right? And he's trying to, control himself. But you see him, he's there just like, right? Okay, cool. Yo, this motherfucker Joe Biden get off the stage and be straight walking into a wall or shaking hands with dead people like he the little white boy from Sixth Sense. I see dead people. Like, yeah, you do, because you call on dead people in the audience. People forget about that.
But you know why he see dead people
at a press conference.
But you know why he see dead people? Because they're like, it's time for you to come home. That's why. Mm-hmm. I mean, these motherfuckers are too old. They're just too old. This is fucking elderly abuse. So you guys should have a short section called Manosphere Update. But that's what we'll call it, Manosphere Update. Even though I can't stand most of the jackasses over there.
You know what? Normally, for those of us who are into this stuff, we learn the names of the politician. Maybe we know about their chief of staff, but then after that, we couldn't name anybody. In the case of Biden, Feinstein, and the rest, and McConnell, everyone needs to start looking at their aides, as many of their aides as possible, because those are the ones who are actually making the choices for them. They're the ones having them say yes, say no. At least look at them, look at their connections, at least at the very least where they went to school, because that will give you a lot of information. You know what
I mean, good point that you brought up, Chris, because that's honestly where I started figuring out where the hustle was at. Mm-hmm. Probably about maybe, let's see, what is it, 2023 now? So
for real, Thomas?
Maybe about a good 15 years ago when I started looking at the aides. And when I started realizing, oh, wait a minute, I'm seeing a pattern here. I'm starting to see the same handful of corporations. I'm starting to see the same lobbying group and the same donors all tied to certain people, which lets me know this is more like watching a football game, and they got players. They got players that they're making sure to draft into each one of these teams. And you see handfuls of the same donors and the same sports team owners, same, you're seeing the same corporations, same people from Hollywood, same bankers. All of these people are all the same damn people all the time. But nobody ever pays attention to these handlers and how corrupt they are.
Correct. So, Marcus, whenever you see these people come out of Harvard Law School, or they went to Yale, or they went to Vanderbilt, or where else? Brown, wherever it is. But you
Cornell, Berkeley.
You got to start looking at. Correct. And certain parts of NYU, Columbia, shit like that. When you see that these are the people who are the handlers, they were there because they believe in the mission, right? They're not there because they actually want to affect change, positive change for the masses. They're there to keep pushing forth the agenda.
Yeah, Gregory said over here, aides/CIA handlers. That's out. Honestly, I don't know. That might be better if that's what they were. But these people are. These are the people who were sitting up there tied to them are the people who are controlling all of these things. Like, you know how you'll have a mayor who controls the local police department. When you're these corporations on this level who run this stuff, the CIA is like your police department. Like, these people run the FBI like it's security in a homeowners association. Like, that's the people I'm talking about that's that high up.
Even with the FBI, just even when you look at like the Trump case and like the Hunter Biden shit, you just see how it's being handled, even how it's being reported. Again, the FBI it's a lot of infighting. And it's just like our piece of shit should be the main piece of shit. Your piece of shit is not that big. And it's just like, okay, you know what I'm saying? The FBI is a whole entire mess.
Oh yeah, I gotta cue something up real quick. Hold on a second. You told me this. Man, you started me on this. You started me on this story last week, and I'm like,
which one?
For real, dude? For real? About India?
Which one? What did they do now?
Man, let me show you this shit once I get it up. Once I put it on the screen, let me show you what they. India, y'all better stop playing with me. Y'all need to stop.
You gonna make me have to. You gonna make me have to go back into character,
bruh. This shit. When I seen this, I was like,
After its recent successful moon landing, India's space agency has studied the sun. It's the country's first such mission, which aims to study solar winds that can cause disturbances on Earth, commonly seen as auroras.
Wait, what does that say?
Scientists clapped during the Indian Space Research
After the moon, India launches rocket to study the sun.
Okay, thank y'all for coming out. We enjoyed y'all. We out of here. I'm done. I'm gonna go study the sun now. All right.
Yo,
I'll be back.
I got one thing to respond to that.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God! Stop fucking
I can't do it, man. I can't take these people serious, man. I can't take this shit serious.
Oh shit!
I was like, I was gonna play the whole clip, but I was like, no, I can't. I can't even make it through this 2-minute clip. Y'all stop fucking lying. Come on, man.
Yo, hold on. Look at Media's comment though. Look at Media's comment.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, come on. Y'all can't fix that. It's another one that I remember.
Yo, Marcus, Marcus, or anybody in the crowd, if you don't have to believe me, just go look at it for yourself. If you think India landed on the moon, just go look at their video footage and go look at their still pictures from them landing on the south pole of the moon. I will make your own decision at that point in time. You know what I mean? But just go and look at it. Just let your fingers do the work for you and Google something. India moon landing video pictures. Just go and look at it. It don't, you know how they used to say it don't pass the smell test? I mean, dog, I don't think this shit passes like the 6-year-old eye test.
I want to know, and you know what? Another thing about India. While are we talking about India? Let me just pull this one up real quick.
So, Marcus, they can't find housing in India, right? They have their floods. You know, matter of fact, they can't even stop these thirsty ass men in India from rape for the 29 dudes that rape one girl. They can't even get the men to stop raping the women in that country on some real evil shit, right? Because it'd be like 29 dudes on one victim. And they waited. Imagine being God number 28, waiting for 27 dudes to rape a woman. So don't tell me that y'all was landing on the moon. Y'all can't even get basic shit right.
So India, instead of worrying about going to the moon and the sun and all that shit.
Well, obviously, we have a rapist in Lincoln Park. He's climbing in your windows. He's snatching your people up, trying to rape them. So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband because they're raping everybody out here.
The attacker got loose and went out.
That's what they got going on over there. You need to hide your kids. Need to hide your wife. Need to hide your husband because they're raping everybody out here.
Yo, all the stories that leak out of India regarding rape, it's disgusting. I mean, rape is always bad when it's just one person raping one man raping a woman, right? That's already bad and disgusting enough. But again, like I say, when you look at some of these stories and how extreme it is, 17 men on one woman, 29 men on a bus. So not only are they thirsty and fucked up, but all the other dudes who didn't participate, they pussy too. Because how you watched all that how you watched the first guy attack a woman and then you just sat down and was like, oh damn, what the rest of them gonna do? And you sat there. So why don't you guys try acting like grown ass men instead of these fucking backed up morons?
And I'll say this too, Meteor. said they send us Vivek Ramaswamy. You know what? You've made all this damn money. You're almost a billionaire. You don't think that a good way of spending that money is to help fix that problem going on in your home country? Or that's right. Oh, America's its home country. But you don't. Your fellow countrymen, people of your own stock. You don't feel some kind of like, vigor to protect Indian women. You don't feel a care about that. Y'all just be like, I just want to come over to America and get it popping over here. Same with Bobby Jindal and Nimrata and all these people. Y'all make all this damn money. Y'all can go over there and do so many things to help build up a country that has a very long and story-rich history. But you just rather be over here about America, worried about your wife, kids. Hey, it's only about me and my family. Fuck the rest of them.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm seeing. Fuck the rest of them energy. That's the same thing which I hear whenever I see, honestly, that's that conservative Republican ideology. It's about me, not we. I don't care what's going on with the rest of y'all. But as long as me and my household is good, that's all I care about.
And Tammy, he's not just anchored in being just American alone. He's anchored in being white American, right? Because that's who he appeals to. That's who he gets along most with. That's who he does business with. That is who he looks, every organization he looks to join. It don't have other Brahmins or people who look like him. Nah, it'd be straight. Hey, my name's Ben. I'm from Cambridge in Boston. You know what I mean? That's who he's comfortable with.
I guarantee you, he hates Indians with an accent, especially if they've been in this country a long time. I bet you he can't stand them. He's the type of dude that he's basically like that Steven type energy. That I bet you like secretly he's really like an Indian Jesse Lee Peters. He probably got so much hatred for his own damn people. So of course it makes sense that he would have hatred for Black Americans.
Well, whatchamacallit, they don't even have to do that.
Yo, Nina,
right?
you good?
Wait, what'd she say?
She's sorry, I'm not yelling. I'm breaking the yeah. Yeah, you good.
Oh, yeah. No, you straight. Yeah, you good. But it's just funny, man, because I be watching all these people. Again, where I grew up, like I had a front row seat to seeing a lot of Viveks, a lot of them type of people. So when I see them, I already know who they are. They can, that's the advantage of growing up in New York. You get an education in New York that you probably don't get anywhere else because you just have to learn how to live and work and deal with people from all over this goddamn globe. And you see different levels of the people, right? You see the people who are just genuinely trying to make it. Then you see the ass kissers, the scammers, the hard workers, the professional class, et cetera, et cetera. You see all the levels of them. And when I look at somebody like Vivek, not only do I look at him and look at his hair, that's that's too much. Your shit is mad stiff, B, number one. And then whenever you're a brown person like that and you're on TV and you talk like this and you're like, I just want to make America great. Yeah, nigga, I don't trust you. You seem mad suspect. I don't trust you already.
Dude, I trust fucking Nikki Haley more than him.
Oh, yeah, because at least Nikki Haley don't go that hard pretending. He's as the young kids say, as my son says, he's a try hard, right? He's just a try hard for real.
Yeah, my thing is, I get it when you have non-melanated people who might have some negative feelings and talk kind of crazy and reckless about us, or just talk ignorantly. But when you see somebody who's melanated who talk like that, I ain't got no respect for you.
But Marcus, you know what? Honestly, he has to talk and act like that so that the fathers of the women they like approve of them, right? Because that's what it's all about. They don't want a nice Indian woman. They want a white woman. That's what they want.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know what his wife was. I didn't even know what his wife was.
Yeah, and I'm not knocking white women, right? Hey, do you live? I'm saying I'm knocking the people who are acting certain ways to try to attract you instead of just letting the women be attracted to who you are. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not a knock on the women, it's a knock on him.
It's when you decide that you got to try to pretend you're something different because you're with this other person is the issue. This, like, I don't know, somebody's talking about Medicare stuff. I saw this one cat and he was going out of his way to do a video with his Asian woman to talk about how much he hates black women. It's like, you ain't got to do all that. You know, if you got to beef with black women, you just keep that shit to yourself. You don't really have to make, and then use the woman as the prop also. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, like Phil Scott's wife is Latina, and she's very fair skinned, and so that don't stop him from being like over the top pro black and pro Pan African. It don't stop him from still, you know, fighting for the people. So I mean, I'm not in that camp of people who feel like if you are dating outside of your race, that automatically makes you some kind of sellout. It's what you do while you're dating them. If you're like Chris just said, you're putting on the voice, and you know, as soon as I see one of my people step over them and look at them as a disgrace, that's when you become a problem. You know, and speaking of that, guess who's supporting Vivek also? OJ motherfucking Simpson.
I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
Mm-hmm. and what people don't realize is like
Thank you, Jay.
OJ literally went out of his way to distance himself from black people. He didn't want nothing to do with black people. But the moment this murder trial comes up, now all of a sudden, now you want to come kick it with the blacks. Bill Cosby did the same shit. Shit, Michael Jackson did the same shit.
I'm not black.
Yeah,
I'm OJ.
Don't come running back when you get in trouble, because I guarantee you, let some shit drop on Vivek tomorrow, and his ass gonna be trying his best to kiss up to the Indian community.
Oh yeah, I'll see him in Queens. My mom's will tell me that, you know, the Vivek car was spotted in Queens, driving through Belrose, looking for some help.
And then you'll see how many of those people you said that, like, how many of those people who you see that push for him, who have some anti-black sentiment, or at least it's suspected that they might, see how many of them flip on Vivek at that point. If Vivek start pushing for the brown, I don't know this about Burma, so I haven't really watched enough of his stuff like that. I only focus on, like, I think he's great as far as the transhumanism stuff. That's mostly where I focus on Burma stuff. I see something about transhumanism, I'm watching it. Most of the rest of the stuff I don't, because anybody who gives a whole lot of credence to fucking loud yelling ass dude, what's his name? Damn, I can't. You know what I'm talking about?
Alex Jones.
Anybody who gives a lot of credit to Alex Jones, I tune all that shit out.
Oh, come on, brother. Don't be like that, brother. We're American.
I can't take Alex Jones serious. When I seen a video of him talking about, you know, if I have to eat your ass, I'll eat you. I don't want to do that. I don't want to look at my neighbor and think about stringing him up and get like, no, I can't take you serious. And yeah, if you leaning towards that line, I can't take any of that serious either. But as far as the transhumanism stuff, I listen to Jason on that, and I don't pay attention to nothing else. Outside of that and 9/11, those two topics, the rest of it, I just leave it. So I don't even know what the hell he even thinks on a lot of other shit.
No, as far as the Vivek go, Burmese is basically like, oh man, listen to what he's saying. He's the only one, who's willing to at least be somewhat critical of the official 9/11 story. He showed cojones. He showed cojones by saying that the 9/11 Commission report was a lie. Da 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 da. Burmese, thanks to you. You spent a lot of time doing that. You educated a lot of people on that. So I'm going to clap for you there. Good job, right? So Vivek saying it's a 2023, 20 some odd years later, knowing that it's not going to cost him anything. Yeah, so brave.
Yeah, after a whole bunch of other people had to take the heat for it.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So it's it is what it is, man. It's sad to just watch him do that. You know what I mean? But the funny part is in the comment section of the video, they be like, "Yo, dude, like, what's good with you? Like, why are you saying this?" They be like, "Yo, he's Soros funded," and Burmese just seems to be carrying on, ignoring it.
Yeah, Gregory said, OJ, he speaks so well. He's one of the good ones. And it's like, yeah, this is what you got to understand. When you start deciding that you want to hang around that group and you want to, like, oh, you blacks, get over there. I got my friend Carlton and Michael. I'm going to hang over here with okay, go ahead, hang out with them. Chadsworth the Fourth. Go hang out with all them. But the moment that anything even looks suspicious on you or looks wrong, no, they about to drop your brown ass like a bag of flour.
You know what you can't do as a conservative? If they want to show us how tough they are, they would advocate something for black folks outside of them leaving the Democratic plantation. That would make my eyebrow really? They said something? Because they not one conservative say anything good about black folks. Not one.
Yeah, not one. Or this is what blows my mind. They love to say, well, the Democratic Party, that's the party of the KKK. And and that's true. And the parties never switched. But why do y'all sound more like the KKK than anything else?
Mm-hmm.
Why do y'all have? I mean, it's not even like y'all give some credit to some black people who are doing well and doing all this. Literally, when I hear a lot of conservatives, their main focus is on whatever is bad going on with black people.
Yes,
that's all they focus on.
13%, 52%, 13, 52, 13, 52. Oh God, they're so corny. They love to bring up the crime stats by the FBI. And again, this is the same, as I said earlier, this is the same group that sees conspiracies every other place, with every institution, with every politician and the like, except they don't see it when it comes to stats and everything that involve us, right? But I saw that guy Dom Lucre, whatever his name was. He said something and it pissed them all off because a lot of white conservatives follow him. And Dom had posted something and was like, "Yeah, y'all like posting the crime stats as it comes to black people. What's up with all the pedophiles?" Woo! Woo! They was getting
I know that had them hot as fish grease. Because they
were.
They sit there and talk about protect the kids, protect the kids, protect the kids. You know how easy it would protect the kids if you just watch some of y'all cousins and brothers and uncles and tell them to calm the fuck down.
Thank you.
I put it this way. For white women that I've dated in the past, every single one of them, if they wasn't molested by somebody, one of their cousins, sisters, or somebody in their family did it. And I'm like, damn, does this happen so regularly in the white community that damn near every woman is experienced it or at least knows somebody? But yet they want to talk about pedophile island and all that. Y'all got pedophile trailer park right over here.
Talk about it. Talk about it. You know what I mean? And
that's another thing. They talk about the hood, but ignore the trailer parks. You don't forget about little Bobby over there who was cooking meth. And you forgetting about all this shit? For real? Are y'all forgetting about all the damn people over there who West Virginia on welfare? Y'all forget about all that shit. And y'all want to talk about, as Phil Scott calls it, the Pookie and Ray Rays. That's who y'all want to focus on them while ignoring the shit that's in your own community.
Exactly.
That's why, and conservatives all the time talk about come off the Democratic plantation. Okay, let's say that all those black people did. What the fuck are you going to do to help them? Not a goddamn thing. You're going to tell them your problem is you just need fathers in the home, and then just pick yourself up by your bootstraps. And yeah, that's what we fucking needed, white man. We just needed some advice.
Like, they love talking about it. You let a conservative talk whenever the issue of race comes up. Jesus Christ, the first thing you're going to hear is black fathers in the house. Black fathers in the house. What's the divorce rate in America? Don't worry, I'll wait.
Mm-hmm.
What's the divorce rate? What group? What group, just by sheer numbers, is the number one group that's getting divorced and breaking up the family? Who's breaking up the family unit most? It's y'all. Okay, that's why a lot of them got problems and they need therapy and all this other shit like that. So just please, yo.
Yeah, I mean, that's why as soon as, like, if conservatives are just saying, you know what, we support this, we support that, I feel like conservatives shouldn't even bring up black people. Just don't bring them up at all. And honestly, you probably could get some just follower support if y'all just don't say some shit. Some of the time, just shut the hell up. You probably could get some black people on that alone.
Marcus, my own personal experience is, look, Thomas ain't wrong here. They be cool until they realize what their daughter like. Then all of a sudden, all these names come out and all these looks come out. All these feelings come out.
Yep.
All right. Look, I had a married guy. He was upset, that me and his wife, got acquainted. You know what I'm saying? Sharing some dirty laundry. He was upset about his wife stepping out, and he didn't know I was black up until she told him I was black. Yo, the words that was coming from him, because your wife told me, dog. So, when I saw all the words that he was using with his wife, I didn't feel bad no more. I really didn't feel bad anymore. Because at first I was feeling kind of bad. You know what I'm saying? Shit happened. He found out, et cetera, et cetera. But the way he started talking, once he figured out that, Chris wasn't a white guy, that he was actually a black dude, then he started talking very reckless. I reminded him of why he was upset with his wife, and that made him even more upset. I laughed.
So it's like, hey, it's all right, buddy, if she sleeps with another fellow white, but can't tolerate her messing with a black. She messes with one of those damn blacks.
Marcus. Go ahead, keep going.
And I mean, it always cracks me up that, it doesn't take long for that sentiment to be exposed. Now, a girl I dated in high school, while we airing out laundry, her father is kind of funny. Her father was racist. And he told me, he's like, you know what? Because of black men like you made me decide to kind of measure my thinking and not just assume all black guys are racist. Guess what? To this day, all three of his daughters, even the one that's a lesbian, has black kids. So I think, it's kind of funny when you come out with that energy. You never know how karma is going to come back at you. I mean, I've seen the same thing with black parents who got heavy, anti-white sentiment, and then their damn son or daughter comes home with somebody who's white. I mean, be careful the energy you put out there, because just the way karma and the whole thing works in the world, you never know what's going to come back to you. And so when you start talking a certain type of way, it gets real interesting. Let's see. Raquel says, as a race, we need to take ownership too. The house are being broken because of bad decisions being made. Not only the system, as a race, we have to do better, avoid situations that are set to separate. I agree with you 1000%. I do not shrink away from the fact that we need to have more. We need to have more restraint, more discipline. I mean, for instance, people like Sexy Red and Sukihana, I feel like are some of the most embarrassing people for Black people. They literally take us back a few steps with the shit that they're putting out there because it makes us look. For me, it's nothing wrong when you want to be freaky and stuff in the bedroom, but you want to make your whole platform, your whole way you got up by just being disgusting. I mean, nobody needs to hear some of the whorish behavior that you're trying. And the thing about it is, music is powerful. The music that you put out can definitely influence stuff. Music that happened, that was going on in the 50s and 60s helped break down a lot of barriers with racism. And so just that mindset of what you put out there, you got to be responsible for it. And but my problem with the media a lot of times is they talk about how the fathers in the home, this and that, but they don't want to talk about all the Black fathers who are in the homes, or if they're not directly in the home, physically in the home, they're there for every weekend. They're there for every visitation. They're there for every single engagement they can be in with their kids. They support them financially, emotionally, and if that kid needs, they can call him at a drop of a hat, and that father's there. That stuff is never talked about. It's only the negatives of the Black community. They don't talk about how there's different Black businesses that are doing this. They don't talk about Black banks that are doing stuff. It's always the negative. And my thing is, I talk about it all, and I advocate for us to do better also. Because if we are doing better, then there's nothing for them. There's nothing for other people to say. They can't use the negatives against us if we don't give them this ammunition. Mm-hmm. Oh, what did he say? I believe Courtney is in law school, so they stopped doing content. Oh, you put that.
Oh, no. Yeah, that was me. Somebody asked about the Bank sisters, and I think that's why they don't do content as much anymore.
Correct.
Courtney's in law school.
Correct. I'm not sure if they're both in law school, but I do believe Courtney.
Because the bar would take, if you and I were studying for the bar to pass the bar, and someone, let's just say a hating ass mother in the class sent somebody in the bar a note saying, hey, you should check out their podcast. You know what I'm saying? They would go through this and use this as a strike against us. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and professional associations like that. That's what happened with that's how Fresh and Fit went full time. As they start growing and building up, they pulled Myron in the office and was like, yo, we all know he got some motherfucking name. I don't really care. Myron's easier, so we'll just go with Myron. And they were like, yo, you got to make a choice. Either you're going to stay being an agent or not, which keep in mind, this motherfucker was an agent. How do we know that he ain't still an agent and he's, never mind. I ain't going to go down that road right now. I don't like the dude, and I'll leave it at that. And I think that he rode his way up that way.
Chris, what you know about soca, some dance hall, Chris? Okay, I see you. It's carnival time. Tonight, Warren, if you're still here before you started your show, tonight is Juve, right? Oh, tomorrow. No, that's right. It's Saturday. Not. I'm thinking it's Sunday. Yeah, Juve is tomorrow, Warren. If you're in Brooklyn, I don't suggest you go out there.
Well, he probably knows about it.
I know, but I'm just saying, unfortunately, in New York and Brooklyn, Juve, before the West Indian Day Parade on Labor Day, unfortunately, shots are always fired and somebody always ends up dead. It's one of the saddest things ever because it's supposed to be straight party, celebration of culture, and them goons in Brooklyn, they just don't know how to behave themselves. First time I ever went to Juve as a teenager, I wasn't even supposed to be out there. They started shooting. I'm hiding behind the car praying I don't get shot because my father gonna kill me if he found out I got shot from being in a place he told me not to be.
See, that's you know, when you bring some of your perspectives, especially from New York, this is what I like. I know this is going all the way back to the FBA, and I hope I don't spiral us out of control.
No,
but
you good.
The FBAs, they don't have this kind of this interaction with these different people, and so they automatically take to the anti. I'm not around them, fuck them. And whereas you get people more in the Midwest where I feel it's different. It's like we're not around these different people, so we're more open to hearing from them. And the reason why is because you have different racial dynamics. In the South, they got whole entire black country towns.
My
and like
Black
the state,
American,
they have a higher percentage. Yeah.
Marcus, none of my Black American friends, I mean, my Black American friends from New York whose family go to South Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, fucking Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana. That's where all their families and shit from, right? But none of them Black Americans in New York talk like how most of them FBA cats talk. So that's why I know a lot of them not from New York. They don't, because dog, how you gonna hate on a motherfucker who you live next door to? Eventually y'all gonna be burning together, probably get a drink together, probably talk to the girls in the building together, go play ball together. And so there's no like and plus if we on the block chilling and we burning, passing the joint or something, the police not gonna come over here and be like, oh, you're FBA, so you're safe. Or you're of West Indian descent, so you're okay. Nah, they're gonna take us all and treat us all the same. They're gonna disrespect me. They're gonna disrespect my Black American friends. They're gonna disrespect anybody else who's hanging out with us. So when they get to talk the way that they talk, it automatically clicks in my brain. Okay, you motherfuckers live in a homogenized area who had no other seasoning in your food other than the pig's feet and all the rest of it. You know, that's why I see them say that they hate Afro beats. They be like, oh, when I'm in a party and they play Afro beats, I'm just, I'm like, what? That shit got flavor. That shit move. I don't know how you can hear. I don't know how you can hear reggaeton, Afro beats, dancehall, soca, calypso, and you don't move a little bit. You don't have to love it and listen to it in your car every day, but the animosity they show is just it's kind of crazy.
I think what it is that because of that animosity, they make themselves hated. They don't. It's not that they necessarily don't. If they didn't have that mentality that they have, they wouldn't be that way. Like I got here, like even in my community, Hebrew Israelites, I'll hear Hebrew Israelites say just some ridiculous shit sometimes. It comes from you've already put it in your head. All of these people are the enemy, so you'll say stuff that don't even make sense. Yeah, I'm not gonna go into detail. I'll just leave it at that. They just say stuff that don't make sense at all, and it's like, 10 years ago, before you were in the truth, you didn't think none of that stuff that you're saying right now. You're just you're letting your belief of something cloud your judgment, and I keep things consistent. I mean, I take in the information, but I don't start warping reality to make it fit whatever I want it to fit. And these people, like for instance, when I was talking about the South, they might have their whole entire city is mostly Black people. Well, where I grew up, even if you do have, say, because like we did have different groups of people, and we're all kind of neighborhoods for the most part, are kind of separated. But you knew majority of the cops are white where we're from. So they didn't like none of us. They don't like Black people. They wouldn't like the Asian people. They didn't like Hispanic. They didn't like none of us. So typically what you did is you became cool with each other and Native Americans also, you became cool with each other because you know that the white majority in those areas and the police did not like you. And so it's like, if we start going against each other, then what? And they're able to have this mentality because they didn't have those same kind of scenarios. I feel it's just like, it's weird to me out here on the West Coast, whereas it's this whole black versus, you know, Hispanic or Latino kind of thing. And the reason why is because majority of the population is one or the other. So you do have whole entire areas that are homogenous. And then a lot of it comes from prison beefs and all kind of other bullshit. But it's like, everybody who comes out here is not into that stuff. So we're not. And I think that's a big part of it also. People don't understand that what goes on in your neck of the woods is not the same that goes on in other people's. So the reality that goes on in New York, or actually I won't even just say New York, I'll say the Northeast, whether you're talking about, well, majority of the Northeast. I'm talking about because it's really New York, Jersey, Philly, you know, Maryland,
even
DC,
even Boston.
Boston, all those areas is kind of similar dynamic. Just like in Florida, it's a different dynamic than what you have in Alabama, the Carolinas, you know, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, all that stuff. They kind of have the same kind of thing. Then like Texas on over to California, they got kind of a same kind of similar vibe. And then the Midwest has a different vibe. And you have black people who are from all these different places, who many of them have not lived in or traveled to these other places, don't get that. Just because shit's like that in your hood don't mean it's like that in everybody else's hood.
Yeah, it's a fact.
Just like I'll tell you, a lot, like I'll hear a lot of people and they have like how you're talking about the Indian beef that you run into. Well, growing up in Kansas City, I didn't run into hardly any Indian people. So I didn't have a feeling either way. I didn't run into a lot of Jewish people. In fact, I can't even name anybody that I know of that was Jewish growing up, or Indian, or Hawaiian, or Samoan, or a lot of these other groups that people have beefs with. I didn't grow up around none of these people. So I don't have that same, the Asian people, which I grew up around mostly, there were Chinese, Thai, some Vietnamese, Laos, Cambodians, where a lot of them come from impoverished areas, and they're not coming in with this mentality. So we didn't have just like Japanese. I hear some of them are kind of on the risk. We didn't grow up around none of them that had that mentality.
You see, we grew up around a lot of Filipinos, right? And, you know, Filipinos are kind of like the Negroes of the Asian world, so to speak, right? But because, you know, a lot of them are also like Hispanic too. A lot of their names like Manuel, you know, Gonzalez, and then you look at them and you're like, wait a second, you speak Tagalog, and you know what I'm saying? You look Asian, you know what I mean?
Tagalog is very similar to Spanish.
A little bit. Like, look, I only know bad words, right? So when you say halikang, halikang ang titiko, if you say that to a Filipino, just be careful, all right? Or if you say like putangin mo, if you say that to them, that's gonna be a problem. See, that's why I love my city, dog.
But just like that dirty word you said there, like puta madre, you know, it's very similar.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
So I mean, there's a lot of, because I remember in A school when I was around a Filipino girl for the first time, and we tried doing she speaks Tagalog and I'll try speaking Spanish and see if we can understand each other. We didn't understand some stuff, but we eventually like, all right, now we got to speak English because now some of the stuff is getting confusing because the feminines and consonants and stuff is mixed around. We was getting the wrong impression real quick in that conversation. So we had to stop that because it wasn't working. But oh yeah, I forgot. Speaking of like Asia and some of those places, have you seen what is going on out there?
And
Man.
which one? With Taiwan? With
Here, I'll play it for you.
Oh shit! This Hong Kong.
Typhoon Saola left a trail of destruction in Hong Kong as it battered the financial hub Friday into Saturday. A glass panel fell from an office building, water gushed from broken pipes, and fallen trees were strewn over numerous roads. Businesses, schools, and financial markets were shut as Hong Kong imposed its highest hurricane storm signal 10 on Friday night. One resident, Marianne Bray, described how the storm felt at its worst.
The wind is absolutely ferocious. The closest reading is on an island next to us, which is around 140 kilometers an hour. So in the village where I live, we've had air cons blow off, roofs, doors. So it's actually, we came home, we were trying to come home before the storm got really bad. It was actually really frightening because we thought there were things that were going to fall on us.
By early Saturday, authorities downgraded the typhoon warning in Hong Kong. Its normally bustling streets were lined with trees uprooted by strong winds. Super Typhoon Saola was among the strongest storms to hit southern China in decades. After lashing out at Hong Kong, the typhoon made landfall in Guangdong. Floods were seen in Huizhou, and hundreds of thousands were evacuated from high-risk areas. A second typhoon, Haikui, is approaching Taiwan. It's set to hit the island on Sunday before heading to China's province of Fujian.
Yeah, so it's
for the foreseeable future.
I don't even know what the hell that is.
Is that Rainier?
The autoplay be putting on whatever. I don't even know what that is.
Is that Rainier? No, I'm saying, is that Rainier Khalek? Was that Rainier Khalek? Oh, the girl in the last video you had up. Oh, I was going to say she looks very different now.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Okay.
Yeah, just autoplay, just because I'm always searching so many different stories and stuff. Some of my autoplay just don't take some weird turns.
Got you. But oh, that was Rainier, right? Okay, I thought so. Marcus, but you know, we've talked about a couple things, but that shit is, that shit is crazy. But as you can see, like China has it to where they probably warn their people well ahead of time. They probably have plans set up to move people because, you don't see the same shit that happens here. You know what I'm saying? And speaking of which, like, since we're on international shit, have you and everyone else in the audience, have you guys seen what happened in Gabon this week?
Oh yeah. Oh man, I got a video for that too. Man, because it's probably some of the best coverage I've got of it. I mean, y'all don't even know the full story.
The French are taking L's
everywhere. Oh shit, Chris froze.
The French are taking L after loss after loss after loss in Africa, at least on the surface level. At least on the surface level, it looks like the French are taking losses. But I wonder what their response is going to be, because their responses have been actually fairly measured. You know what I mean? In Gabon, they stopped. What is it they have there? Is it lithium? No.
They got oil.
I can't remember, but whatever resource Gabon has that. Well, we know that, yeah. Oh, Gabon has suitcases of money in every country.
I was gonna show that.
Speaking of which, did you see the foreign minister when he got caught, when the citizens caught him?
Yo, for those who don't know what Chris is talking about, y'all gotta check this video. Now, let me know in the comments if she's talking too fast for y'all. If she's talking too fast, I'll slow it down. But she is talking fast. I'll admit that. But she is oh man, she's spilling tea everywhere on everybody.
This is some movie shit. This is movie shit right here. This is what happened.
This is way over the top movie shit. Like, there needs to be a movie yesterday about this shit.
When you see it, when you see this, you're going to be like, whoa, wait a second. This is what happens in the movies. This is not real life until you see it happen in real life. Okay.
In fact, this is what I'll do. I'll put the closed caption on because she does kind of talk fast. And with her accent, it can be a little bit tougher for everybody to get what she's saying. But this girl, she had me dying laughing. Probably the best breakdown of the situation I've heard, bar none. Let's see. Here we go.
And now we'll be begging these African leaders to do well by their people, do the right thing. They don't listen. But when the army takes over and call, they will start begging people to make noise on their behalf.
I'm Ali Bongo Ondimba, president of Gabon, and I'm to send a message.
Oh, make noise. Make noise.
All over the world. Tell them
make noise.
Make noise. For the people here have arrested me and my family. So I'm calling you to make noise. To make noise.
But let's stop it there. So why are you asking the people to make noise? And why did they arrest you and your family? You gonna tell us that?
Make noise. Did you hear what he said? All he kept saying is make noise. I'm asking my people to make noise.
Don't worry.
We need to do is to make noise.
Chris, she roasted his ass on that. She roasted him on that.
As she should.
I'm thanking you.
Can you imagine? I don't know. What kind of noise does he want? Koyemi? Is it an English noise or French noise? Francophone noise? Was he talking about a joyful noise? And what will the noise do is what I'm trying to understand. So, Mr. President, you did not think about this day since your family has been the one in power for 55 years. Gabon has had only 3 presidents, by the way. Since independence in 1960, the same year.
His father was the last one.
Independence. His father, Omar Bongo, was the second president they ever had. And he refused to live for 41 years. The devil is a liar. Actually, he didn't live. He died there. Meanwhile, in Nigeria, we had Gowon, we had Muritala, we had Obasanjo, Shagari, Buhari, Babangida, Shonekan, Abacha, Abdul Salami, Obasanjo, and Yar'Adua, while his father was still president in Gabon. And if you're wondering why they want to die there, it's all because of oil money. They have oil in Gabon. 2.3 million people, and they have oil. I mean, it should be one of the most advanced countries in Africa. But instead of developing the country, the oil money is going to the pockets of the president and his family members. And they're not using the money for anything tangible. They're wasting it on cars and luxury lives. Literally, these people were swimming in money. Oh, yeah. I don't know if you've seen this video. This is the money they found with the aid of the president's son. This is not the president's aid. The son's aid alone had all this cash inside. Inside his house. I said the devil is a liar. How much would they find at the presidential villa if their son's aid has all this money? And in this video, which is from last year, September, in this video, you could see their former Senate presidents trying to escape the country with bags filled with cash. See, there's like at least 4 bags in this vehicle.
Go ahead, Chris.
Marcus. In the back of that fucking pickup truck, they showed 1 suitcase filled with money. Then they opened the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. All them shits. There's not a pair of boxers. There's not a condom. There's not a cigar. There is nothing. It's only cash. Dog, you want to talk about corrupt? These people are lucky they didn't get killed on sight. And you know what's notable about this video is that all of the people who were recording this, because they said the citizens are the ones who stopped them from leaving, they acted very calm and cool around the money. You know, they didn't act like animals saying, oh, look, it's money, let me just grab it. They were just really like, yo, they were in such, they know corruption exists in their country, but until they saw it right there, they were just like, wow. You hear the one lady keep saying, wow, I'm sorry, go ahead, play that video.
No, I mean, she had a good point. She like, damn, this is how they really, I mean, this country, I mean, keep in mind, let's go all the way back. this is one of the francophone countries. For those who don't know what francophone is, which you guys all should, if you're in this audience, well, we could have some first timers that don't know any better. Those are countries which were colonized by France and have recently gained some form of independence.
Or trying.
They really are trying to. That's why I say some form, because France still has their hooks into most of these countries anyway, and that's where a lot of these revolts are coming from. Because a lot of these leaders, which have been couped recently, and ones who might be couped in the future, most of these are basically French puppets. A lot of them are French puppets, or and if they're not French puppets, then they're British puppets. If they're not British puppets, then then it's NATO or it's whoever's the highest bidder, and they're getting protected by Western interests to keep them in power. That's the reason why they're able to steal all this money and do all this, as long as they let Americans come in and do whatever they. Well, not I don't want to say Americans. Let me erase that. Western countries and Western CEOs to do whatever they want in their countries. And so
Marcus,
they're pocketing the money.
They were super desperate because they didn't even try to put like undershirts or sweaters over the money. They literally packed those bags, those suitcases, with as much cash as it could take. And it was like, yo, we out.
Mm-hmm. Let me put it.
Yeah, play the rest of the video. So
because she keeps going. She goes in.
That he was trying to run away with, all of them filled with cash. I know this is an old video, but it's just for you to know how much access these people have to money. And then the son took over in 2009. That was when his father died. Keep in mind that their presidential term limit is 7 years. And so he has been in power for the last 14 years. He did 2 terms. And you can't even say this is what he achieved in 14 years in terms of making life better for his people. Although now they are trying to change it to 5 years. But it was shocking that the man decided to run for 3rd term. 3rd time when you didn't do anything for your own people. And so that's why people were like, okay, we're fed up. So yes, he ran in this year's election that was held last Saturday, August 26th, running for 3rd term. But as usual, the internet was shut down in Gabon for 3 days at least. And they said that was to avoid the spread
of the internet.
Also, they
but then turned it back on when he wanted them to make noise.
24, RFI, and TV5. Now, after a while, the opposition declared themselves the winner of the election. But when the electoral body did not announce the official winner for days, people knew that they were cooking up something. So on Wednesday morning, the president was officially declared the winner with 64% of the votes. And minutes after that was when the military seized power, annulling the election results, dissolving all government bodies, and putting the president and his family members under house arrest. And that was when the president made that video that we played. Now watch as people started celebrating on the streets of Gabon. Can you blame the people? Oh, by the way, you will also see the soldiers celebrating the leader of the coup for overthrowing what they call a regime. Now, can you blame the people? I mean, with the rate at which we're having coups in different parts of Africa recently, it tells you that people are tired of dictators in Africa. All these leaders that have refused to leave, people are doing what? They're sweeping them out. We've had 8 coups in West and Central Africa since 2020. That was 3 years ago. Now, not only did he not do well as president, the man had a stroke in 2018. We've talked about that on the show, a stroke that left him half paralyzed and unable to do his job. Yet he refused to step down, despite that, he was physically impaired. Instead of him to step down, Uncle, he decided to put his son in charge. Now, he gave him a fancy title so that people would not say, why are you handing over power to your son? He called him the coordinator of presidential affairs. And then in 2021, his daughter also came out, hinted that she wants to be the next president. His wife is also a funny character like that. The woman talks a lot about all the atrocities of her husband, even though herself is a beneficiary. She made promises to do something about what she called a huge disparity between the rich lifestyle of the Bongos and the abject poverty the general population lived in. Those were her words, by the way. So according to her, she said she will make changes, but my people, she didn't do anything. But she was spending the oil money. In fact, she lived in California for more than 20 years while they were married, though, living large at the expense of the people she had. Nannies, she had butlers, she had chefs, she had, she's a first lady now. And she was complaining that her husband's government is corrupt. And then when her husband said that she must come to Gabon, otherwise he would stop sending her money, she was making noise that time, wanting the Obama administration to intervene. That was when she announced that she was living on food stamp. Too much drama. But my people, despite all the noise that she made, she opted to have access to oil money, latest cars, gold, diamond, jewelry. In fact, she supported her husband running for a third term. And speaking of jewelry, this is not oil money, by the way, so don't get it twisted. But if you like authentic zirconia and gold-plated jewelry, hey, handcrafted, the ones that will not change colors, please call my mother at Oasis Accessories and Jewelry. Mommy is presently visiting the US. And so back to our story. The people of Gabon are celebrating the coup, but the coup leader is a cousin of the president. And he's been involved in government since the time of their father, that is Omar Bongo. General Bryce Clotaire Olugu Nguema was the head of Presidential Guard before he staged the coup, and definitely a beneficiary of the oil money that goes into the Bongo family. In fact, this man was reportedly overseeing the expansion of the Bongo's businesses abroad. By the way, he bought himself 3 different houses in Maryland, worth more than $1 million as of 2015, and he paid cash for all those properties. He's been accused of embezzlement in the past. He's been linked to the South American Ivorian drug cartel. So do you guys think much will change in time? People of Gabon, let's hear from you. Oh, wait a minute. I'm hearing some people across the screen. I can hear you guys, by the way, when you talk. Some of you are saying Togo is next. Okay, some of you are saying Cameroon. Hey, me, I don't know. I'm just saying I can hear you guys from across the screen. And some of you are saying Zimbabwe. I have the fear of God now. Anyway, this coming Monday is Labor Monday in the US. So yes, we are having sales.
But I just wanted to share that with you. I was like, you know what? And I will just let her video do the talking because she goes into detail on all of it. Like, I knew a lot of this, but I didn't know about like the daughter wanting to step in power. I didn't know that he gave his son this position. I knew I had a feeling about the coup leader that something was shaky about it, and then I ran across, oh, this motherfucker is a relative also. And then you find out that he is also tied in with drug lords in South America. I'm like, oh man, you can't make this shit up. And so people ask, is the Bongo family actually going to be completely out of power? Because this dude, if he takes over, he is part of the Bongo family also. Yeah,
Oh, Mark.
I don't know what the hell they're going to do.
Chat.
To the video that was made. Okay, yeah, I'll put a link in. But this stuff is wild.
It is, but Marcus, I think even beyond Gabon, even though that is the country at the moment, I think it's going to be very interesting to see what the United Nations, France, and NATO do in those countries. And then, let me not even leave out AFRICOM, right? I want to see what the response will be, because the West hasn't responded yet. They've just been sitting kind of quiet, waiting and watching, and but there's going to be a response. The thing
I'm put it in the Rockfin chat also.
Okay, the thing I'm waiting for, as far as these coups in these African countries go, I'm waiting to see them take control of the resources in their country, and then put those resources to market, in which the profits then come back to the actual governments instead of multi-international corporations, right? So let's see how this works out.
Well, I think now with the whole BRIC stuff going on, and you have Russia getting in there helping out. Honestly, I think Russia's going to give them a little bit of help them with autonomy to be able to do this, because just like how you had the situation in Niger where they were talking about trying to get the Wagner group in there. I'm telling you, more and more mercenary groups that, hey, they just about the money, will be more than happy to push back. And so this is, Chris said it right. Can I get a BRICS? This is leading to more and more people flooding to BRICS. And what you're going to have is when you look up, it's going to be only the Western countries. Because now, I don't know if you guys noticed in the debate, do you know what half of the candidates were talking about? Chris, do you know what they were talking about with Mexico?
What, cartels?
They want to put boots on the ground in Mexico.
So a conservative Republican thinks that it's a great idea to put what, American soldiers in Mexico to fight the cartels?
Mm-hmm.
So what, that they could take over the production of cocaine on their own?
Yeah, that part doesn't make any sense, because it's like, you do realize the CIA is kind of, right in the middle of that process, and they could shut the shit down if they really wanted to. But they're kind of allowing it. So, I mean, are you going to tell the CIA to stop? Well, this is what, and the reason why the people who were pushing that, who were talking about it mostly, were DeSantis and Vivek, of course. And the thing about it is, Vivek, you don't really know shit. You're just listening you're cheating off of everybody's test. That's basically what you're doing. DeSantis, you get this kind of rhetoric from governors. And that's what tells me, because they don't understand shit about foreign policy. These guys are fucking idiots for the most part. And you don't realize that our government has a hand in it because they're profiting from it. Never mind. I'll just let these fucking idiots keep going. Like for instance, all these conservatives always talk about the build the wall, all that. The reason why, the reason why you have this, all the problems going on in these countries, and the cartels, and making it more dangerous, and people fleeing these countries for safety and coming to the U.S., is because they're intentionally make it worse in those countries, so cheap labor will come into this country. You guys not understand how this shit works? You not understand that the corporations and all of these people are behind that. They're the ones who are pushing and funding the policies which happen for these things to come about. But no, because a lot of Republicans are dumb enough to believe that politicians actually have power.
Well, then the average Republican who comments on this, the average conservative is so fucking stupid on this, that you try to tell them about the assassination of certain leaders in countries, specifically in Central and South America. If you mentioned one leader to them, they don't know shit. They don't know that there has been many movements by the people in those countries to try to stop the cartels, to try to stop the production of drugs, to stop the trafficking of drugs, to stop the trafficking of children and women specifically, right? They don't mention any they don't mention any U.S. involvement in taking down those people in those countries who are against all of this illegal and immoral and corrupt behavior. The only thing they know is that, look, there's Mexicans on TV at the border, and they're infiltrating our country, etc., etc. You understand what I'm saying? They're so fucking stupid. And yeah, I use those words on purpose. So for any conservatives watching who feel bad, you should, because you're fucking stupid and you're limited in your scope of your research and what you're willing to actually look at. Because if you really paid attention, the people in those countries have tried very hard to fight against this. But it is the United States, through their dollars, through their black ops, through their jackals, through their money men, and all of it, are making sure that this system stays the way it stays. They infiltrate the politics and make sure that the leaders who come to power in those countries don't upset the apple cart, so to speak. So until you people get a clue as to that, stop fucking talking. Straight up.
Yeah.
Just stop talking. You sound so fucking stupid. You're so limited. And your dick is so small you pee on your balls. So please just stop.
And that pee is dripping down, tickling your dirty anus. you pervert.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, you know I'm stupid. And Nina, to answer your question, reach out to me, either shoot me a DM or email, and then we can set something up, and that would definitely help the show tremendously. For real, tremendously. You don't even know how much of a help that will be, because like part of what I was going to say.
Marcus, let me just say it. Marcus and I work 40 plus hours per week. The other content creators seem to be, this is their shtick. This is how they make money, and I don't know what their personal lives are like, or if they pay all their bills, or maybe somebody's helping them. But Marcus works and pays his bills. I work and pay my bills. So I don't have all the time in the world, and I coach basketball, and I got other things, other responsibilities. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have all the time I wish I had to devote to this like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the same thing here. Sometimes I really wish I had more time to be able to do more of this, because there's so much that's dropped in our 2 to 3 hour streams that we do. Sometimes we go longer, of course. And it's like, if we had somebody who was able to just capture some of those and put it out, it would help the algorithm also with our channel. And YouTube would never monetize Chris. He scares. Oh yeah, it would. I think Chris outright scares them, and I make them nervous, because they're like, he's doing good. Oh damn, he went too far. And I think that would be a problem. And I wouldn't even care about the monetization. I just care about the reach. I want us to get to a point where we're more in the conversation. And if we're more in the conversation, more people can start thinking more critically and seeing things from the viewpoint that us and you guys in our audience, the way we see things, and they'll actually start questioning things more legitly. And that'll actually start putting the real pressure on things.
Marcus, a lot of these independent content creators who do similar things to us, the only thing that really separates us is that they talk more electoral politics as if it matters, whereas you and I just touch upon it. We kind of just be like, oh yeah, they doing something over there. I think maybe there's an election coming up next year. I don't know, right? You and I are not caught up in it, because I'm watching these conversations, whether it be the Kyle Kalinskis or people we're cool.
Oh, and we're gonna talk about that next.
Yeah. All right. So, guys, finish up what you're saying, so we can go into that.
Yeah. I know that. Yeah, it is, and we already know it's not about us being monetized. Here's another thing. Part of me used to think that would be cool if we were monetized, but at the same time, I kind of would like it to a point where even if we were monetized, that we're just getting a little bit here and there. I think if we ever got to the point, and I don't think this would happen to us, at least I would hope it wouldn't, but what I see with a lot of these people, once they do get monetized and get to certain levels, it seems like they just ignore certain things to intentionally keep that monetization going and money coming in. And I don't want us to get to the point where we're doing content just for the money. That I want us to be able to still talk about the stories that we view as important and keep our perspectives on it without having to, turn into like a Kyle Kalinske.
Well, Marcus, the other thing that I notice is weird, like when these people do their programs and their streams, et cetera, there'll be 90,000 comments. And then the person who contributes $10 who just says, hey, great job, they will say, hey, Chris H, thanks. Hey, here goes Chris H's comment. And it's like, yo, there was a million comments before that where people actually provided good information, a good question, some good insight, something that you could take and maybe just discuss for a little bit. They ignore everybody and just focus on the people who contribute the funds to them. And I understand, look, if you did contribute, if you did tip a few, if you did provide a few bucks, if you tip something, sure. Do you want to shout out? Sure. Hey, Chris H, thanks for the $2-3. We appreciate it. But I don't like how they ignore everybody else and they only pay attention to the people who give them a few dollars. That's some whack shit. You know what I'm saying? Because even the people, because a lot of people who, here's the thing, I'm trying to put food in the fridge. I need to keep gas in my car. I need to keep the insurance. You understand what I'm saying? I need to do all of these things. If I don't have a few dollars to tip one of these content creators who I appreciate, sorry, I don't have it like that. That's not in my that's not in my budget. So with that being said, most of your audience aren't tipping, but yet you ignore all of them and you just focus on the ones who tip. That shit is I don't know. People must be okay with it because they know they continue.
And then I've been on some pages now. I don't know. Maybe now that I know how things go, it's a possibility that maybe some of my comments weren't going through on some of those streams. But I've seen people, they hardly have any comments and they literally just ignore their audience completely. But I do know that I know some people, and I'm cool with some of them who I know that they will only focus on paid tips. And it's like, you do this full time, you have enough time to actually really address comments. You could say, you know what, let me start a whole bunch of comments and then I can get back and answer all this stuff at the end or something. And I get some people don't want to answer comments because the show itself live, we're like maybe what is it, like 45 seconds ahead of you guys, and for the Rockfin audience, we're probably like a minute and something ahead. And so we might be shifting topics, and then answering the question might drag us back onto it. And so some people, because of how they do their clips, they want to try to keep their clips clean, where it's just talking about this, and then it's not doubling back onto another topic and a pain in the ass to cut. But I mean, I don't care about all that nearly as much. I thought about that for a minute, and it's like I prefer the show to just be able to flow free flowingly than worry too much about that stuff. And I'd rather address y'all.
Marcus, this is realistic, right? These are the type of conversations you have waiting in line to get on the train, waiting for your coffee, waiting for your breakfast sandwich. You know, in the mornings, I go to the deli and go get my breakfast sandwich. I can't tell you the amount, just even in that 7 to 9 minute, time period that everybody's waiting for their sandwich to be, or they breakfast to be cooked. Just even some of those 4 or 5 minute conversations and shit, just like, damn. You know what I mean? Like you learn a lot of shit. You know what I mean? So it's like you should not like just disregard people online just because they ain't throw a couple fucking bucks in your cup. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And it's the same argument, I guess, for me. But of course, it's not waiting on the train because I've never been waiting on the train. But or most places I've been, we're not waiting in the line for coffee long enough to have a conversation. But like barbershop, definitely. Like barbershop, maybe, and other functions, I give it so much the same thing. But yeah, definitely Yeah, that's another thing because we don't talk about electoral politics as much as some of these other people. But that's also why I have put like the top stories that I'll talk about that I put them into the title. And anyway, I couldn't. I mean, we don't have it where we could be like, okay, we're just going to talk about one thing for the whole hour because for a whole hour and then done because we're going to do 3 more episodes of all these separate topics individually. So you might get in our 3 hours, you might get 12 topics. I mean,
correct. And you know, Marcus, you know, going into that electoral politics, you know, Cornel West, you know, our last
let's get in. Let's
that we had.
Yeah, let's go. But yeah, Yonina, last thing I'll say, yeah, reach out to me. Whether it's on TikTok, I normally respond the fastest on TikTok. And then not if not TikTok, I respond pretty decent on Instagram. Because I don't get nearly as much traffic on Twitter these days or X. And so if somebody gives me a message, I see it. Besides, I'm in a bunch of group messages and they got way too much shit going on, so I can't even follow that stuff. But, you know, if somebody sends me a direct DM, I answer those pretty quick. Yeah, or Instagram. I definitely answer. I check those. I check the DMs on those quite regularly. Chris H, we do have a Discord. If somebody is interested in possibly kind of like, I don't know, I almost want to like hand it over to somebody because I was on Discord for a while and just some of the circles that I got in were so toxic on Discord that I just kind of stayed the hell off of Discord for quite a while. But
yeah,
I don't know.
I haven't opened up my Discord in months.
But if there was an interest, if y'all do want us on Discord, then I can start trying to get back on Discord. But that'll have to be you guys requesting it, and we're filling a demand, not just gonna just hop on there just because.
So
it's tough on the mental health dealing with Discord. Jackson Hinkle is now a freshman fit. It makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. Marcus too, you know, going back to I saw a comment that somebody said something about RBN. RBN is you know, look, I'm let me say
which
this
one,
is
Chris?
this is a
couple.
No, I don't remember who referenced it, but like RBN, I watched a little bit of their content last week, you know, more so than I normally do because I was sick and, you know, I was in the crib, you know what I mean? So I was able to take in more things than I normally do. It looks as if they're all in on this Cornel West thing because he's black. It don't seem to be for any other reason other than he's black and they feel that he has some socialist principles, etc., etc. But my question, if we were talking to, you know, I'll talk like him. If we was talking to the good brother Cornel West, right? I would ask the good brother, if you became president, do you have anybody in the Senate or the House that you could depend on to get your agenda passed? Because they keep talking about the good brother Cornel West. And you know the good brother means well, and so do the good brothers covering him. But if you put the good brother in the White House and you don't have anybody else in the Congress, in the House, or the Senate, what you leaving the good brother to work with?
Oh, I didn't know that that's what they were talking about. I didn't know they were all in that camp. I mean, last thing I heard from RBN, it sounded like Rome is like ready to start. Rome is ready to go and attack the White House any day. So I mean, I don't know what's going on over there.
No, it's you know, quite honestly, like they cover a lot of electoral politics. They're covering, you know, they're covering Cornel West as it relates to, in comparison to JFK in comparison to Marion, in comparison to the Democratic Party, etc., etc.
Which I rocked with him against the anti I definitely was giving them a lot of kudos when they were going against Marianne Williamson. I don't really know what their perspective is on I catch some RBN main channel, but they have so many videos. I can't keep up with all that, plus with all the other stuff that I do. So I typically will peek in on what Sabby has going on and what
the thing with them, Marcus, I'll be honest, the thing with them, they follow a lot of like Kyle Kulinski. His name stays coming out of their mouth. Jimmy Dore's name stays coming out of their mouth. Cornel West's name stays coming out of their mouth. I don't watch Jimmy Dore. I not because I'm against Jimmy Dore. He's late. Like even with the Corona shit, when me and you was talking this shit, and everybody's Jimmy Dore. This motherfucker didn't want to touch it, and it wasn't until it became a mountain. Then he's like, "Yo, look at that mountain over there. All this stuff with Corona. Maybe it doesn't seem right. I got the vaccine. They mean well. I got the vaccine." And, I had some adverse reactions. So now I have questions. Nigga, we was telling you that shit from months earlier. Ryan from Last Vagabond was telling you that months earlier. People who have been in the vaccine world.
AM Wake Up, definitely.
AM Wake Up was telling you this months earlier. People who are into the whole
Convo Couch.
People, they were
I could go down the list.
They were talking about
down the list. Like there's tons of people who were way ahead of Jimmy Dore on a lot of this stuff.
They were talking about this for
ignored
years.
Us all. He ignored us all and then said he's the first and only person talking about it.
I know. And so again, whenever I go on Twitter and I see it's Jimmy Dore. And it's what's the girl's name? Crystal Ball? Is that her name?
Yeah, which in all honesty, I mean, I'll just be full disclosure. I used to listen to Crystal Ball when she was on Rising. In fact, I used to listen to Crystal Ball originally back when she was on MSNBC. And I've watched how she has, honestly, no matter what she tries to say she is, Crystal Ball now is the same Crystal Ball from MSNBC. She is not changed at all. All she's done is like how all those liberals kept trying to cosplay. It was no, I'm a leftist. No, I'm a progressive. No, I'm a democratic socialist. So whenever we who were actual leftists would stake out this claim and have an ideology, they would just keep in name grouping themselves with us, even though they are still establishment Democrats who are just slightly angry at the establishment. But they're cosplaying. They're not anything what they say they are. They're pretty much full of shit. And my last thing I guess I'll say on RBN, I just don't pay attention to a lot of the topics which they focus on a lot. I mean, so I'm not throwing shade at them. I just don't. I don't have the energy to keep paying attention to electoral politics.
Marcus, at the end of the day, the people like Jimmy Dore and the other content creators like him, they are white. They live in this system in which they are not the targets. So when we have been when people like you and I be like, yo, this shit don't look right, this shit smell funny, there's a hidden agenda, you're just conspiracy theorists, they don't pay us no mind. You know what I'm saying, et cetera, et cetera. Now Jimmy Dore is like, oh, well, I think I got vaccine injured. So now I want to tell you about, maybe I wasn't the motherfucker. We've been told you about that. Other people told you about that. You know what I'm saying? When they're not targeted, when these people, they act the way they do because they have not been targeted by this system. They have moved through this world accepting the system for what it is, not even thinking critically. These people are in their 50s and the fucking bell is just now going off that maybe something ain't right. We have known this from the time you and I was could remember. And it wasn't on my parents and my family and friends and everybody didn't tell us certain things to make us victims. They told us certain things so we know how to move when we get outside the house. They told us how to deal with police so that we didn't end up dead, and our parents, our fathers and uncles didn't want to retaliate certain ways. You understand what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things that we just have to, we acknowledge and know about the system and how it works, that some of these white folks just, they're fucking oblivious to it because they never been targets like that.
Mm-hmm.
And if they were targeted, it was on some environmental shit, right? Like with the fracking and things like that. But they weren't targeted to the point of literally just walking down the street means the cop just going to see you and your homeboys walking and pull guns and put you up against the wall and search all your shit. You understand what? They're not aware of the system like that. They've heard some civil rights stories and they're like, well, they're not hitting y'all with water cannons and they're not sicking dogs on you. So you know what? It must have improved a lot. Nigga, it just fucking morphs into something else.
Yeah.
So when I watch these people, they don't impress me. And then to RBN, yo, fellas, I like what y'all do. Please don't take this the wrong way if somebody sends you this clip. But these dudes is heavy on the politics of things. They heavy on the electoral politics. They really on some Cornel West. But as I said on this same program weeks and months ago, do you have 52 or 54 senators running who have the same mindset as Cornel West? Do you have members of the House throughout the country running for these seats who share the same viewpoint and perspective as of Cornel West? No. So why are you covering this as if, let's just say Cornel West does the impossible and he becomes president, right? What's he going to do with Congress? So he just gonna write executive orders all day? That's what he's gonna do? Because if Cornel West becomes president, what legislation is Cornel West going to be able to sign that the majority of us, including RBN's network, the people watching us and all alike, what kind of policy are they actually going to put forth that you or I and the rest of us can get behind and be like, yeah, that's it. You motherfuckers couldn't even here in Florida get felons' rights restored properly. You know what I'm saying? So again, these people, like, I think they mean well, but they just not seeing the whole picture. They probably got to take a step or two back to be able to assess the situation accurately in the manner in which it needs to be assessed. I just sometimes wonder, like, where do they live that they still on this political shit? Because it's a means to a dead end. Cornel West, I fucks with you, but you're more effective outside this political sphere. Getting involved in this political sphere, running for president, does what? It only opens you up to these racist, stupid-ass white boys like the Harry Pissin kid or Sissin, I don't even know his fucking name, but you know him and that little other Asian that they got, Victor Chichiman or whatever his name is. Yeah, I did that. Whatever his fucking name is, you know, now all of a sudden they talk about Cornel West and child support payments. And they're like, oh, do you really want this? Do you really want him to be president? And I'm just like, yo, this is the shit the Democrats is on, and y'all really giving credence to this? And they got 20-some-odd-year-old little fucking rich kid white boys out here talking about child support and Cornel West and taxes and talking about Biden is great. I mean, we know they're paid by the DNC to do this. But again, why are we giving our energy to it? Why? We need to separate ourselves from this. This is progress. The first step is to step away from the abusive shit. Is to step away from all the negativity and all that shit. Then you get your game plan and then you figure out how to proceed. All this oh, Cornell West could do this, and Jimmy Dore. Y'all niggas is wasting my fucking time, and it's quite boring. To be quite honest, Marcus, you can stay away from it. It's cool. I'll say it because you know what, it is what it is.
No, I mean, I don't. No, I was gonna say, you know, what I would add to it is, for me personally, and maybe people can just think, you know, Marcus, you know, young Morpheus, that dude, he crazy, he bugged out, and I just look at it like this. You know what you say. Even if you got him in the office and you got the amount of, you know, got the 54 senators, got a super majority in the House, got 2/3 to be able to pass anything. All of these people are put into power by donors, regardless. And even if you decide you're not going to accept donations and get your way in there, they can push you still out of power. And I look at it like this. There is a system that promotes people and demotes people. And we're not in a system where there's not a control above this. And to operate as if, well, if you get into the White House, you can put this bill and do that, and the powers that be are going to allow you to do that. It's like I said before, people who use it's a big old club and you ain't in it, and then act like there's not a big old club. You can't use the George Carlin big old club and you ain't in it, but do not understand that there are owners. Part of being an owner means you have control. Y'all think that these multi-billion-dollar national companies and Vanguard and BlackRock and all this do not control what is going on. Y'all really think Citibank has that you can just get into power and Citibank has no control or influence over you? I get, and that's the part where I have a disconnect. And I mean, who was it? Jira brought up. Jira said, "An RBN and Savvy embrace the white podcaster door centric complex." I don't even have a problem with that and them going on Jimmy Dore. My issue with Jimmy Dore is, and there's some stuff that Jimmy Dore has said that I have issues with. And it's also that I'm the only person doing this. You're not the only person. That talking like you're the only person, it's just aggravating and a spit in the face. And I get it. We're a small channel. I get it. You might not have heard of us. You might not have heard. Well, actually, I know you've heard of us because I've met Jimmy Dore. So I know that you know who we are. But there are other people who are much bigger than us. You know, people like T-Lab. People like Max Blumenthal, who all of these people were way ahead of you on all of these issues, but yet you talk like you're the first and only person there. That just pisses me off. And then I feel like, I don't know it for a fact, but part of me has a sneaking suspicion that he either has a little bit of an anti-black sentiment there, or at least very, very, what's the word? Not cognizant of certain implicit biases that he might have. And so I have an issue there. But like for instance, she said, and then Black Power media are really more like real people and independent of so-called independent left. The problem is, I feel like some of their takes are naive because you guys are acting like there is no system of power. That like politics, you can get into politics and you can change the whole world. To me, that's naive thinking, to think that you can get in and control the system with politics. You cannot. This system is founded on corruption. This system is founded and built to run a certain way. It is a corporation. You're not going to change that corporation by molding the. I watched the interview which they had when they had Cornell West on. I watched the whole entire interview. One of the guys on there was spitting facts, but you know where he's like, yeah, and then Cornell said, once I become president, then yeah, you can come on back to the States and this and that. And I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Oh boy on here that's talking all this, you don't even live in the country anymore? He's like, yeah, I wouldn't come back to Babylon. I would. So he's living in Ghana. And so you already know what's going on with this country and this system to a point where you left. And then you're telling him that he should get Mumia. as your VP. Like, in what reality do you think that would get voted into office? Are you forgetting that America is still like a 55%, 60% white country? In what reality do you think you can get this super black power movement out of 14% of the population, and then a good chunk of us don't vote, don't care about voting? Then you have another portion which are complete sellouts, and then you got the portion with the Democratic Party. And so we have a disunity within our own people. And you think that you can take a handful of people which speak to the hearts of the most politically engaged of us, who really know what might be going on, and think that you're able to twist this system? To me, I'm like, y'all either y'all focus so much on being in hope and hoping for some kind of change that you're not paying attention to the realities, or you guys just don't get it, I feel. Sorry, Chris. You're on you.
No, you straight. You know, again, like I said, if you are not planning an entire and total takeover of the system, to say like, oh, this senator is really good, this member of the House is really dope, this guy could, or woman would be dope as president, it's not enough for it's not enough. If you're going to try to beat the system using the system, then you would need like-minded people to go in and take over, right? But all y'all keep doing is putting corny ass niggas like Jamal Bowman in there with his list. He can't do nothing but, talk about, how good he is. Sound like a boo like Mike Tyson. You know what I mean? Jamal Bowman, this motherfucker annoys the shit out of me. So does AOC and the rest of them. You know what I mean?
Oh, and let me respond to this one. Let me put this on the screen. This white country elected a black president already. If you think that Obama, for one, Obama's father is Kenyan. He doesn't come from any kind of black American, no kind of black American experience. So he doesn't even identify with the black community, for one. For two, Obama was a complete stooge for Citigroup and all that. You do not understand, obviously, what the fuck is going on if you think Obama wasn't already pushed and propped up by a whole mainframe of people. That right there tells me that you're not even qualified for this discussion. If you think, oh, they elected, seriously, man, you don't know what's going on.
I think that may have been sarcasm, though.
Oh, okay. If it's sarcasm, my bad. I'm sorry. I apologize for hopping on you like that. But I'm like, Obama was what? Obama was one of the biggest. Oh yeah. I can tell it's sarcasm. He says it's infantile. Yeah. My bad. You know, I fired too early. Let's see. T-Lab was on Jimmy Dore's show with Craig. Yeah, I've seen Craig has been he's been kind of holding down the Jimmy Dore thing over there. And I mean, hey, if it gets him a leg up, okay, whatever. I mean, and that's another reason why I'm not gonna fault anybody for going on Jimmy Dore. You want to go on Jimmy Dore as long as you're not changing and bending to his whim, and that whatever. But let's not be ignorant of what the hell is actually going on in this system. That's the reason why, like when I hear the whole RFK stuff, if you can't, and Pasta, you're my boy, but come on, snap out of it. The RFK thing, the Zionism issue. I get it. Where you grew up, you don't see it as big of a deal as it is, but it's a big deal. That man is completely captured.
Marcus,
he's not going to do anything. Huh?
Marcus, does anyone think that if JFK was to get in office, despite all the shit he talked about vaccines, do you think he would not show up on TV and hit y'all with the same line? Look, I had these preconceived notions, but the information that I just received forced me to have to think and move differently. So, I'm going to support Operation Warp Speed too, which is different from Trump because, his warp speed was just to go fast. My warp speed is to go fast with purpose. It would be some stupid shit like that. Even the stupid motherfucking conservative Trump supporters. These people are fucking dumb as fuck too, because they're all like, they see Trump on his Truth Social saying, fight tyranny, fight corona lockdowns, etc., etc. Trump for the last 4, 5, 6, 7 months has been, I'm the father of the vaccine. I saved everyone. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have got the vaccine. But I thought y'all was all for freedom and all this shit. And here goes your daddy telling you that, hey, I'm the father of the vaccine. He went so far as to jump over Pfizer, to jump over Moderna, to jump over the German companies and the English companies, etc., to call himself the father of the vaccine. Y'all hated lockdowns. You hated the suggestion of vaccines. You hated masks and all this shit like that. But y'all all out here following Trump around like a pendejo and pendejas. Like, what is wrong with these people, B? They're not smart. You know what, Marcus? You know how the homeboy said in The Sixth Sense, I see dead people? Me, honestly, I see stupid people everywhere around. I don't think I'm the smartest person in the world. I know I have a lot to learn, and I can learn a lot. Thank you, BioNTech and AstraZeneca. Thank you, cool. But with that being said, dog, I know I'm not brain dead like these people, though.
Yeah, I mean,
and I talk a lot of shit and things like that, but I'm not that stupid as to think that Trump is out here trying to save us. Like I said, many, many moons ago, people from the South and throughout the rest of the country, everyone hated New York. Everyone hated people from New York. Oh, y'all just fast talking scammers, city slickers, etc., etc. Now these same slow ass people throughout the South, the West, the Midwest, the South West and all that shit in the Southeast, all these people think a fucking scammer from New York is going to save them. These people are not intelligent people.
Well,
they're not smart at the fucking level.
I would go even further to say that, I don't know, it's mind-boggling to me, but you say the same cognitive dissident with the people on the left. Y'all know that y'all have been railing against the drug companies, been railing on them for most of my lifetime. And then the moment y'all get a little bit of fear thrown into the atmosphere, then y'all turn around and trust the very people who have been screwing you over, that have been calling out. I sat there. Remember how we were covering hospitals getting shut down, Chris? We were covering hospitals getting shut down right and left. And then the whole C-19 thing happens. And then they say, we don't have enough hospitals. The hospitals are being flooded up. Yeah, because you just shut down over the past 10 years about 30% of the fucking hospitals. Mm-hmm. But it's like y'all don't connect anything together at all. And I mean, Marcus,
to add in Marcus real quick.
Well, I want to let me put this disclaimer.
Marcus, real quick, just to add.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I just want to give a disclaimer. Part of why I don't normally rail like this and say all this is because at a certain point, I do remember sounding like some of these people who are pushing for this stuff, because I wasn't connecting these things. Now, I'm not trying to say I'm smarter than them or anything like that. I don't know what it is why people don't see what I believe that we see here. But I think part of it has to do with it's hard for people to give up the reality that there's not something that they can do. And people need to realize what you can't deal with a situation unless you can actually be honest on what the situation is. And many people don't want to realize the reality of this situation. There's nothing you can do with this political system, period. I don't care who your candidate is. It's a fool's fucking errand. But that's all I want to say is that, hey, I hold out hope that, you know what, I'm not going to just, like some people are automatically throw the grifter title on everybody. And I just think that, you know what, maybe y'all haven't saw what I've seen. Maybe y'all are still missing something. Maybe that's all I can see it as. Also, I do know that some of these people have not been engaged in politics as long as I have. I know some people say, well, you've only been doing commentary for like 4 years. Yeah, but I've been in political activism much longer than that. I go back to even as a kid with my family being engaged in politics since I was literally like in single digits age. I remember going to rallies and stuff like that and holding up, poster board and all that crap. I've been watching all the different debates on the news as a small kid. So for me, this is something I've been engaged in over 30 years. And I've watched it continuously go one direction. So for me, it's easy to recognize what's going on now, especially with the amount of information it is for you to search through. But I get some of these people, they only woke up into politics like 3 or 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Maybe. Obama era. And so for these people who've only been around paying attention to this for like maybe the past 10 years or so, for them, it might take them a little longer to get to where I am. And you can ask people who really know me. When it comes down to it, I am more of an optimist. I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt and no, well, maybe they didn't mean it like this, or maybe they just didn't see this or think that. And so for me to get to the point of where I am means I've given every possible benefit of the doubt that you can give. It's just that I see the system for what it is. And once you truly see the system for what it is, you can't go back to that thinking of, well, maybe we just do this and maybe we just make some demands and maybe we just do. No, even the, and I heard somebody say there with Rome, even the route that Rome wants to do, talking about revolution and all this stuff like that. It's not like, oh, you start a revolution and then you might not make it through it, but your kids' might make it through it. No, if you do that, all you are asking for is a quick death. That is all you're asking for. Because when they can sit there and launch drones and eradicate you just like that, you ain't got no damn drones, no tanks, no fighter planes, no none of that shit. You don't even have a separate base outside of here to fight from. You're literally fighting from within a prison cell, thinking you're going to overthrow the prison and somehow take it over. It's I get it. It's emotion. But it's also showing me a fundamental lack of understanding of the totality of your enemy. If I'm fighting 15 people, I need to know that I'm fighting 15 people. It's not logical to think that I'm going to win that battle. And that's what it's even worse. I would say it's like fighting 50 people and all of them are trained fighters and you think you're going to win. That's what it's like if you decide you want to fight some kind of armed revolutionary against this government. It is a fool's errand. Sorry.
A complete fool's errand. No, it's a complete fool's errand. With that being, with everything that you just said, they're behind. They're late. They're slow. I don't know what else to say. I don't mean slow as in they have a mental thing, but they're slow to really realize it. And I don't know. I guess maybe because when I was in 4th grade, I think it was it 4th or 5th grade? I think it was like, 4th grade. We had a current events project due. I covered the Iran-Contra in 4th grade. Not because I knew all this shit. I loved Contra, the video game for Nintendo. I seen Contra in the newspaper. And I said, ooh, this got the same name as the video game I liked. Right? But at the end of the day, I went ahead and read through what the Iran-Contra was. And I was like, yo, this is some crazy shit. Like I said, my parents, when we got in trouble, well, not we, when me, because my brother's like the perfect person, right? When I got in trouble, I had to do a lot of reading, a lot of book reports that not for school, for my parents, my mother. Oh, you in trouble? You gotta give me a book report. You gotta go read this, give me a book report before you could go outside. You know how many fucking books I read?
I was there too.
You know how many things I read as a kid that just opened up my eyes as a kid and was like, maybe I didn't understand it at the time. I'm not going to sit here and pretend as if I understood it. The seed was planted. Then when I hit 14, 15, 16, certain things hit, and then those same seeds started to fucking bloom and flower. And you know what I mean? Then was like, oh shit, this thing that I learned, I remembered, I tied it together and I was able to see it and understand it for what it is. For the people who live here in the history of this country, for them not to understand it and to still be talking about electoral politics, RFK, Cornel West, I mean, dog, again, RFK, to the people who like RFK just because he has a good stance on viruses, on vaccines and things like that. All right, cool. Good job. You are hesitant about just taking any kind of vaccine. Thank you for voicing your opposition to that. However, you are sucking on the biggest penis I've ever seen when it comes to fucking Israel. You cannot put enough dick down your throat, RFK. And I'm just going to be real. Gay folk can be upset. I don't give a fuck. RFK got the monster missile penis down his throat about some Israel shit. Every single fucking time you see this motherfucking cracker on TV, and now that he's worried about what they feel, only thing he could say is, oh my God, I love Israel. Israel's like so great. I mean, I don't mean to be a little bit critical of them, but Israel, I mean, you can't even understand him outside of, you can't understand him outside of that. You know what I mean? Yeah. So everybody who has the same feeling on Israel, the way that he's acting, when it comes to their domestic policy, they ain't done shit domestically for you.
Yeah.
Nothing. So for the people who are like, well, you got to give our RFK a chance because he's good on COVID. He's terrible on everything else. And all the motherfuckers who suck fucking Zionist dick, they act the same fucking way when they in politics. I mean, hello, are you people not paying attention? Where have you been the last 30, 40 years of your life? Where have you been? Where? Y'all keep telling me about one white person after another who's gonna be great. All these motherfuckers sucking these niggas dick, sucking these crackers dick, and it's the same fucking people. The same shit. I grew up in New York when we went to Brooklyn for the Labor Day parade, which is coming up on Monday. You can't walk on the other side of Eastern Parkway. You know why? Who's over there? The same tiny hats. And you're going to tell me that we should get out here to support some guy named Kennedy who's family? I mean, do you know about the Kennedy's father, John F. Kennedy's father? Do you know about him? Do you know about their history? Do y'all know anything? I mean, really, have y'all done the work and the research? Y'all need just one person. They just need their politician to say one or two things that tickles that shit in their brain, and then they be like, oh, I'm gonna ignore all of the other bad shit and just focus on the good part. No, every single politician who talks the way that RFK has on Israel, go look at their track record. Okay? Obama said, hey, we'll give you guys $38 billion and we'll spread it out over X amount of years. We'll give you $3.8 billion per year for 10 years. Obama pissed them off a little bit. What did they do? They sent their boy Netanyahu here. He had a joint conference with the House and the Senate. And they said, yeah, you know what, that 3.8 you were supposed to pay us over 10 years, we want it all right now. What did Obama do? Grab the pen and sign. He bent his bitch ass over. So while all these conservatives keep talking about Michelle is really Michael, right? There's somebody else bending him over along with the rest of you. So to the people who are hyping up RFK, you're fucking morons too. You can record this, you can put it out, you can say, damn, that homeboy in the red shirt didn't know what he's talking about. He seemed extra emotional and shit like that. I'm not really emotional. I'm just an animated person. You know what I mean? If y'all was to chill with me outside of here, y'all be like, yo, I'll fuck with him. He's kind of cool, right? But with that being said, like, y'all are not using your brains in the way that you're supposed to be using your brains. You're not connecting the threads that need to be connected. The answer to Coop just put a question in there and said, what is the answer to our collective predicament? My answer is what I always fucking say. Take care of you and your own. That is it. That is all you can do. You cannot, these systems of power, you need to crumble the whole shit. It's corrupt in its nature, in its existence. It is corrupt. You can't, it's like fruit that's going bad, right? That's starting to grow fungus and mold on it. What do you do with it? Do you cut off a little piece of the mold off the green pepper? I mean, maybe if it's in the beginning stage of the mold, maybe you get a little part to cut off and then you can still use your green pepper or your onion or whatever it might be. The mold didn't start just growing now. It's been growing for the longest time. That shit is molded from the part you can see to the part that you can't see. It's inside, outside, it's all molded. The only way you can register your disapproval with the system is not to participate. They have you thinking that, oh, if I vote for this or I vote for that, no. They're still looking at your vote, whichever way that you vote. It's an approval of the system. You are validating the system. You are saying, hey, I believe in this system. I just think they have wrong people there. If we get the quote right people there, maybe we can make a difference. I'm 41. I ain't never seen it. Marcus is in his 40s too. He ain't never seen it. You might be in your 30s. You might be in your 20s. You ain't never seen it. For the people who is in their 50s and 60s, they've never seen it either. So what do you keep doing? Sure, but sitting on your hands ain't posing a danger to them. Okay, cool. So let me ask you, what do you think we do? We just grab up our muskets, go get our revolvers, and we go shoot cops, security guards, Secret Service agents, the military. We go shoot it out with them. Yo, first of all, I ain't never seen a bulletproof helmet. I ain't never seen a bulletproof mask, right? As Marcus said, they got drones. If you want to die a martyr, then yeah, sure. Go ahead, pick up arms, go shoot at the security services. You know what I mean? We're gonna make your funeral lit. We're gonna have a great time at your funeral.
Let me tag in.
Yeah, go ahead, Marcus. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Because maybe we start organizing opposition. How do you organize when they already have all of your correspondence? They already know who you're talking to. They already know who you're going to talk to. How do you organize when they're literally sitting and listening to every phase of your organization? How do you build up anything to fight against it? Have you ever heard of a sea whiz? When I was on the ship, one of the weapons they have on the frigate, which is the actual smallest sea vessel that we have. We still have amphibs technically too. A sea whiz is an anti-aircraft gun that shoots 2,000 rounds per minute. That means in 5 minutes, that's 10,000 anti-aircraft rounds. Do you know what that would do to your body? Just one hitting you. Do you understand how fast they can destroy any of these little piece of shit little movements? I don't care how many AKs or whatever you think you could buy. I don't think you guys understand what can be done. They have heat wave weapons. Do you realize that? They have weapons that they can foam out to you that can make you sick while you're walking. They call these anti-crowd control weapons. There are so many different weapons. Oh, okay. Actually, you say okay, roll over. It's not about rolling. You can say whatever you like, but what I'm telling you is there is not a weapon that you have that you can form to fight the system, because you can't fight the system this way. A whole other countries can't fight this system, and you think a bunch of ragtag group of Americans can get together and do this? This is idiocy. This is idiotic. Literally, whole countries can't fuck with a portion of the U.S. military. But you think somehow a group of y'all can just grab together some guns and run up on who? In fact, who would you even attack? Do y'all where are you even going to attack at? What do you think? All the people are going to march to Washington, D.C. and try to take out the White House? Do you realize there's anti-aircraft weapons on the White House? Do you realize that there are jets that are set 24 hours a day that are ready to scramble at any given time? And if people just think that jets have bombs, no, they have guns on them also. This is when I hear people talk like this tells me you have no concept of what the military has. Literally none. A group of Americans couldn't together and stop a cartel, let alone trying to stop the U.S. government. So
Marcus, how's this? Marcus, a shit ton of hundreds. Marcus, a shit ton of people in the 80s told them that, you know, the government is sending crack into our neighborhoods. What did y'all scream? Lock them up. Send the police in.
Mali, so, also, they have militaries.
Marcus, don't get frustrated for him. So a press cool. What you know, you said we're just belly aching and we're just sitting around. What is your suggestion? Provide us a solution in the chat, and then we'll debate that. So
we don't even have to do it in the chat. If you would like to, I can provide a link and you can hop on here and you can all educate us on what should be done.
Look,
because
Marcus,
hold on, Chris.
But Marcus,
here's the one thing I hear about most people. None of you motherfuckers have been in the military and know shit about weapons. All y'all read a couple of books on theory and think that all of a sudden y'all have the answers. None of y'all have dealt with these weapons firsthand. None of y'all. Oh, y'all went to the range and you popped off your MP5 a couple of times, and you think that qualifies you to? You motherfuckers is crazy.
Look, Marcus, the two people who don't ask for money, who don't ask any of our audience, any of the people who participate, we don't ask any of them for money. We don't ask for anything, but homeboy gonna sit here and say that we're spinning infantile bullshit like a good CIA tool. So again, for the people who talk like a press cool, what is your what's your solution? Because I saw them mention the countries in Africa that
which all have
etc. But Marcus, we haven't even seen an end game because the colonial forces have not even responded yet to any of it yet. Yeah, sure, they have said things online, but they have not responded yet. Let us see what happens when those African countries decide to take full control of their resources and they start sending countries like France invoices for the resources, whether it be oil, whether it be what's this shit called, cobalt, whether it be any resources that any of those countries have. I want to see whenever the host countries send the invoices over to the former colonial powers and say, hey, the companies that you guys have had set up here for a century or so, century and a half. I want to see.
This guy said they have military, then start organized military against them, you dimwit. What fucking country do you live in that you think is going to allow you to build up a military against them? Is there a legislation where you can where can you go buy tanks at? This is what you're already facing. Let me show you something. What the hell do you do against this?
Counter rocket, artillery, and mortar shells. It uses a multitude of advanced sensors and systems such as Ku-band radar, sophisticated thermal imaging, and computer systems to automatically search, track, prioritize, and lock a target in only 5 seconds. It has a 6-barrel 20mm Vulcan Gatling cannon that fires at 4,500 rounds per minute, which can destroy incoming targets within a 1,000-meter effective range. The first CRAM was deployed in Baghdad in 2010 to protect the Green Zone, which is where the American embassy resides. It successfully destroyed 70 to 80% of the incoming rockets and mortars, thereby proving its capability as a defensive system. Each CRAM costs $10 to $15 million, but with such massive firing rate, it comes at an operational cost of $30,000 to $60,000 to engage a single target. This barrage of deadly bullets.
So I shared that to say, what are you? Do you know somebody who's building up missile systems? And where are you going to build up these missile systems to fight the government?
We're not even going to, Marcus. We're not even going to pay him no more mind. You know, they always there's always stupid people who are going to come in and say stupid things, and this oppressed person is clearly one of the people who says stupid things. If you want to go and grab a gun, a rocket launcher, a tank, or all this other shit, you know what you do? You go do it. Go lead. I'm tired of people like a Prez Coop who sit there and would comment, oh, you're not doing anything. Hey, guess what? I'm in this chair. You're in your fucking couch too. You're texting from your phone or your computer. You ain't doing shit. A Prez Coop, go put your name up in the sky like the bat signal or something, and then you recruit people, and then we'll come out to help you. Until you do that, shut the fuck up. And I mean that with all disrespect. You know what I mean? And they know that we don't disrespect the people in our chat. That's why the people here are here. We like our little small group. You coming in here talking reckless and nonsense.
Yo, I'm still trying to figure out. That's just one. Do you know how many of those the military has? They take out airplanes, fighter jets, things that go Mach speeds. What do you think you can do to that?
Yeah, he said you're straw manning. You organize the military to lay down their arms. That's how revolutions have always worked. So then you know what, cool? Why are you talking? You should be out there. Matter of fact, you shouldn't be in no stream. You shouldn't be commenting nowhere. You should be out there trying to organize. He should be out there trying to organize all the military. So I don't know why he's here talking to people who have a handful of people in the chat. So again, you the ops talking stupid shit, and we're not going to address
like the ops of anything.
Yeah, we're not going to address him anymore.
Damn death. That's what I hear.
Yeah, we're not going to address him anymore because
let's well, he said to Thomas, it's a process. Okay, you got to have rations and food and all that shit. Also, you got to have a base of operation. What secret base of operation you're going to have to fight this war against the government from inside of the United States? Where are you going to get that food from? Because
Marcus, most of the military, Marcus, let's keep it real. Most of the military is comprised of people from Middle America who don't particularly like people like a Thomas, a Jonina, a Marcus, or a Sai. They don't really like people like us. So whenever they put those particular Middle Americans into American cities that are comprised of people like a Thomas, a Sai, or a Marcus, they're not going to, they're going to be our heroes, right? They're going to stand with us, right?
No, regardless of what. But here's the thing. What this person just said in there is their strategy is contingent on the military forfeiting. You think you're going to just talk them into mutiny against their government which can which can accrue a firing squad. That's what you're saying. But I'm the moron, and you think that you're going to talk a whole bunch of people into mutiny against their government.
You see, Marcus, this is when I have to, Marcus, this is when I have to assume that he's white or she's white, whoever, and that they've never heard of, and that they've never heard of Philadelphia, or they never heard of the move bombing that Nina keeps referencing.
What's the purpose of historical understanding? It's history. Do you realize 100 years ago, when most of these revolutions happened, they didn't even have cars? We're not living in the same fucking era anymore. Have some common sense. Quit being a damn idiot. We're not living in the same reality. And then you want to talk about like Mali and those different countries. They have militaries. They have tanks. They have weapons. They have.
It was the military who staged. It was the military on their own who staged the coup. It wasn't the military being urged by the people. The military decided, yo, all right, you went too far and we're done. Again, most of the people in the Serbian country.
What do y'all think this is Three Amigos and just you're going to start handing out guns and then everybody's going to pick up their pitchforks and fight against the damn government?
What Chris said, a lot of people. Chris said a lot of people feel that the U.S. is weak and that the U.S. Army is soft and can't challenge China and Russia. I will say that we have the largest air force the world has ever known. We have a shit ton of weapons, drone technology, etc., etc. So, to the extent that Russia and China would be able to put up a fight, they would be able to put up a fight. But to think that the U.S. and their allies won't fucking cause damage is crazy. Like, Muhammad Ali did beat George Foreman. You know what I mean? But George Foreman did crazy damage to Muhammad Ali.
Here's another thing also. China and Russia, these are other first power militaries. That's a whole different story. Let's see let Poland decide that they wanted to fight the United States and see what would happen. You're not understanding.
No, you know what we do? We just let homeboy lead the coup. We'll follow him, just like the comment I said. So you get it popping, put out the bat signal, and we'll come running like the Bat family.
I'm gonna watch you, and you go have fun with that.
Well, you know I'm being sarcastic. Marcus, keep going. I gotta pee.
Yeah, I mean, let me. You're sitting up there talking as if, and this is what shows me also when you brought up Mali and Niger and all that, how much you disrespect those countries. To think that just a random group of people have the same power as those countries, it's idiotic, and it shows you don't have any understanding of foreign policy either. Of course, it's mutiny against oligarchy. Yeah, but what makes you think a majority of the military is about to do that dumb shit? What, are you the ultimate salesman? If that's the case, then why haven't you been able to convince the political leaders to be able to change and not fall in line? But you think that if you can't get people in power to vote differently, what makes you think people are just going to throw away their lives because you say so? And show me this in action. So you convince the military grunts whose parents have no health care, housing. Many of them go through that. And you're just talking now. And you just spent way too much time in theory land. That's the problem with a lot of y'all. You're not living in the fucking real world. If you live in the real world, you'd understand how illogical everything you're saying is. I've been in the military. Apparently you have not. Apparently you haven't talked to people in the military. Do you know how many people in the military are right wing and don't care about the stuff that you're talking about? Also, here's another thing. Did you know that military people get TRICARE, which is different? And if we wanted to, and a military person, if they wanted to put their family as a dependent, their family would get health care. You don't know that though, do you? because you don't know shit about what you're talking about. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
But damn, yo, he got us a little lit because stupidity. Sometimes unfortunately, sometimes we respond to stupidity, right? And it kind of get us off our square a little bit. After just realizing what we've all seen collectively.
I'm just frustrated. I'm frustrated with hearing.
And he said, and look, and Marcus,
I'm tired of hearing them put this BS in people's heads, honestly.
But Marcus, I'm going to take a shot at him, right? He said, you'll come running like that guy from Ghana you derided a second ago. Hey, dickhead, we wasn't talking about Ghana, it's Gabon. Unless every G country in Africa sounds alike. We wasn't talking about Ghana, okay?
Well, what I just said, that they don't understand anything about foreign policy at all. They don't understand any of these countries. To think that they can organize, let me just talk to a handful of people and we'll all get guns. And you think that you can equate the same military power as Niger or Ghana? That's
your real world. He says your real world is to lie down and roll over.
No, okay. my real world is somebody who is a vet who's actually been in combat zones, which you have not.
Marcus, don't even get yourself worked up over it. When you see comments like that, look, he's still alive, right? So clearly he hasn't done anything to be on anybody's radar, right? He's still tweeting.
This is some kid in his mama's basement just talking a bunch of shit. Play too many games of Call of Duty and listen to people gas his head up and read a couple of theory books. You ain't done shit. You ain't never been in shit. You probably never even touched a gun. Like you're just talking all this tough guy shit.
Yeah, correct. Because everybody knows. You know what I'm saying? Most people know what happens when you are a threat to the government or to the system as it exists, right? If you are entertaining, they give you a show. They may even make you president. You know what I mean? They may make you senator. You can talk all you want. They'll give you a position. But if you're a threat, then they kill you, right? And we've seen what they do with real threats. They don't entertain them. They get rid of them. They don't let them sit around and all this stuff like that. So this person is a nihilist and probably a suicide bomber. So why don't you do us a favor? Strap your bomb to your chest, cool, right? Go to DC or Fort Knox or one of the military bases. Just go drive your car or your truck. Do you drive like a big 250, a Ford 250, 350, a Lariat or something like that? Because you're giving real little. No, I'm saying because he's giving real like little PP energy. You know what I'm saying? Because you're talking, he's talking online about people being violent and picking and taking up arms to challenge the government, right? But he's here talking. He shouldn't be here talking if he was about that life. If he was about that life, he wouldn't even know about our stream to be on here right now. So this just tells us that he's not about that life, or she, whomever it is. They're nobody. You know what I mean? So, like I said, my solution is
I want to know where their tanks are.
My solution is to try to enjoy your life as best as you can. Take care of you and your loved ones. Create memories that you will take with you to the afterlife. Love who you're supposed to love and who you want to love, right? And just enjoy it, because that is the best thing you can do. Fighting against this system when it's not like 70 or 80% of us feel the same way. Then I could say, well, damn, maybe we could take the fight to the quote man. Most of us don't feel this way. There's a lot of people. Look, hold on, Marcus. Even reparations, right? Even for something like reparations, most white folks, if they understood the history of this country, would say, you know what, the black folks in this country deserve reparations because I know the history of this country. but you have probably around 80% of white people who are against reparations. So now this dude is saying like, oh, you should take the fuck out of here, man. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Let's ignore him from now.
I'm just trying to understand.
Let's just ignore him. You know what I mean? He's irrelevant.
The military has had there's already literal militias that are already organized, far more organized than what you are, since you're just one person talking out of your ass, and they have not been able to resist.
But Marcus, resistance is not participating in their systems. Resistance is providing the generation after you with the information they need to make better decisions. Right?
Yeah, when you're resistant, we'll see.
Resistance doesn't necessarily need to be chalked up to physically challenging the power structure. We have seen many people over the course of centuries here, just in this part of the world,
but Chris,
have organized resistance. Yeah.
This person right here actually earlier in the night actually said what the answer is, but yet they want to do something that would not work. Nikki Haley told us what frightens the elites the most: the public's loss of faith in the institution of state. And it's not because they're worried about you coming with some guns. They ain't worried about that, you idiot. What they're worried about is the delegitimacy of their system, because then other countries look at, well, then y'all systems ain't legit, then why do we even have to listen to you? It ain't because they're scared of you coming with some damn guns and shit. Perfect example. My ship was one of the backdrops for one of the presidents when he came in to speak. And I got to see firsthand all the shit that Secret Service has just sitting there. Have you ever been up close and personal and seen Secret Service? Have you ever been around Special Forces? Do you know any of this stuff? No, you're just talking. You're a child. You're a child. That's what it is. And I'm a little bit annoyed with hearing your voice right now. I'm not going to ban you, but I'll let you come back.
No. You know, we don't ban
I'm
people.
Put you
We like
time out like parents do to kids. We're going to put you into timeout, and you can go sit there and be quiet, like a good little boy, like you need to do. Go sit down in the corner with your juice box, and when you get your mind right. Okay, somebody banned him. All right, cool, whatever. I'm sorry, y'all, audience, and I'm sorry to Warren too. Tell him that anybody who's hopping back and forth between streams or running over there after they finish us. I didn't mean to go longer, but I'm tired. I'm tired of seeing people push this idiotic shit. Anybody, and I did a video not that long ago. Maybe about. I guess it's been a while now. Anybody who's talking about that they gonna run some kind of coup against the government, you're a fucking idiot. Plain and simple. I don't care who it was, who said it. If you want to do that, you're a fucking idiot on a suicide mission. And you just and the thing about it is, if you instead of doing all that talking, organize it and go do it. Quit talking about doing it. Quit telling everybody what needs to be done. Quit reading all these books on theory on some shit that happened 300-400 years ago, thinking you're gonna do that shit now. Ain't nobody walking around with bayonets and muskets and shit anymore. So it's time for y'all to fucking stop, get out of this bullshit that y'all been feeding to. And I know there are networks which are feeding this bullshit to some of y'all. That's the reason why some of these young, impressionable, stupid ass minds keep spouting out this shit and thinking, oh, we're going to go talk to the military and just get them to put down their arms. This ain't a fucking commercial. The fuck do you think this is?
Look, I got two lines from Jay-Z. First, this ain't a movie, dog. You know, number one.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I'm just tired of hearing people say this stupid shit over and over and over and not responding to it. But it's idiotic. And you said, "Oh, are you going to roll over?" Well, go and do it. Go and do it and prove me wrong. Quit talking. Tired of y'all just talking about it. Go do it.
Marcus, the people who are typing to us, that guy who was the guy who was talking to us, like, it's 1:49. Shouldn't you be like sharpening bayonets, loading rocket launchers, like preparing secret plans? You should be reviewing. You should be reviewing like the ways in and ways out of the Capitol, the White House. You know what I'm saying? That's what he should be doing. But he's here chatting in our little show. You know, there's only a few people here, right? You know, we're not the largest channel, but, you know, we do have a show. So the fact that he was here bitching and complaining just shows that he's just a troll. He's nobody that we need to get too worked up about. You know, he got us a little bit. You know what I mean? I'll give you that. Cool. You did get us so far. You did get us a little emotional, but, you know, it didn't take long before we realized, oh, shit, this is what's happening. And then you see, like, we relaxed a little bit. You know what I mean?
I'm like, do you know what? You know what a grenade launcher is? Do you know what that is?
Correct. So when I'm in South Florida, cool. Prez, cool. I'm in South Florida. When you get here and you're ready to start fighting, put the bat signal and I'll come running. You know what I mean? You could go downtown to Miami or downtown Fort Lauderdale or something from one of them buildings, put it up. I'll see it, and, you know, we'll come. The Bat family will come running. You know what I mean? We got you. We got batarangs. I hope that works against their fully autos. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying. But Marcus, we on 3:40. It's almost 2:00. I'm pretty much tapped out. I don't really have anything more to say, other than you already know my thing is enjoy your life, take care of you and your own as best you can. Homeboy Rome does a lot of work for homeless people throughout the places he goes. So congrats to Rome for doing that. But that's exactly what I mean when I say take care of you and your own. Shit like that. Motherfuckers need diapers. People need food. People need shoes. They need clothes. They need housing. You understand? They don't necessarily need a revolutionary spirit, because people trying to fucking get by. So that's why I always tell people, take care of you and your own as best you can. You know what I mean?
I'm like,
I made some mashed potatoes tonight. I made guava barbecue chicken and some buffalo seasoned barbecue chicken. I made plantains and I made a salad. Yeah, my shit was fire, kid. So that's the kind of shit that I'm on. That's how you love your people. You know what I mean?
You know what? Dingo might be right. He is just trying to get you to say something to get your channel banned or you arrested. That's what it sounds like, because it's like have you ever seen the laser weapons that take down helicopters?
Oh, the DEW?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, think about it. How much money have we sent to Ukraine?
Oh, I bet you a press coup is probably somebody whose flag is like blue and white.
I got the feeling that person is probably about maybe 20 year old.
No, I think they're probably in their 30s or 40s, and they fly a blue and white flag.
I don't know.
Because you know they're very good at that too, right?
Yeah. I mean, media.
What did the leaders of Khazar say when they were told, "Yo, you better choose 1, 2, or 3," and they chose? And what was the edict that was sent out to the people? Yo, go assimilate, go assimilate, go pretend, infiltrate, report back. You already know who the home team is. And that is something that they would do. So a Prez Coupe, your new name is blue and white. And when we say blue and white, if you don't know, then you don't know. It's fine. For the initiated, we know your flag is blue and white. We know what that means.
And everybody in our chat, our regulars, they know what that means. So ain't no need to explain it. But yeah, on that note, we're gonna get on out of here. You know,
correct. They remind me like that name might be like Goldstein, and there's probably like fucking 400 pounds and obese, like worthless person. You know what I
mean? But yeah, Yonina, definitely DM me about that. And I'll set it up. You know, well, we'll talk about it on our own. We don't have to go any longer on here. But we'll talk about it, because that would definitely help out the show quite a bit. Just helping getting us in the algorithm better. And everybody, make sure y'all go run over, check Warren out. Apologize to him for us running longer, but you know, it's been something I've been holding back for a while. I've been frustrated, but I don't want to bag on people. We try our best to not try to down talk any other channels. We don't like to do that. But when I hear
that people, at the same time, Marcus, when it's not,
it's dangerous for people to keep saying this shit. And I don't. If you want to throw away your own life and get yourself in trouble and get yourself taken out, then cool. But stop putting this self-destructive stuff on the other people and gassing them up so they start thinking like that. Because it could be, it could be blue and white, like Chris is saying. This could be a complete op. But it could just be some young, dumb, impressionable kid who've been listening to people gas their head up and putting foolish ideas in their brain. And I'm tired of hearing people tell people to do reckless, dumbass shit. The U.S. government is not the 35th Street Crips. Y'all need to quit acting like that. You can't smoke a couple of gays and then want to spin the block on them. I'm sorry.
Yo, son, I need to come out to LA to come see you, dog. Like, for real. My homeboy's running the New York Marathon, and he wants me and my brother to be there, for that day. But that's the only next trip I have planned, is to go to New York for the New York Marathon. Other than that, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, I have no plans. I would love to come out to LA to come and see you, dog.
Yeah, man. And I've been trying to work it out on my end to get out there, but your shit's been crazy lately. So, but whatever we gotta do, either you out here or me out there, either way, we got to make this happen.
Oh, son, I would love for you to come out here. I would love that. Yo.
I would prefer coming out there, because I need a break from LA. I need a break from LA.
Oh, then, son, we'll talk offline. I already told you I got the hookup. I can get you here for the low. I already told you. You just need to let me know, because here, I'm gonna take you out. You bring a girl, because if you don't, it's gonna be a problem.
Oh, I know. I definitely. I know I can't go. I can't go 2 hours away without her. Hell no. Let alone have
you especially can't be around me without her. So please, so you don't have problems.
And if so, you be the devil after that.
Correct. I'm wearing the red because Lucifer's real name was Christopher. I'll leave it at that.
All right, but yeah, on that note, we're gonna close out. Thank you, everybody was in here. For any other channels and any other fellow content creators, we don't mean anything in a derogatory, disrespectful manner. We don't want to come in, but if we do philosophically have some disagreements, it is what it is. That said, thank you for joining.
Because we can disagree on this shit because I think LeBron is the GOAT. Some people think Mike is the GOAT, and we argue our point. But that don't mean that.
Well, right there we disagree because Mike is the GOAT. So
yeah, Braun got his ass beat. You know what I'm saying? So I don't hate Marcus for having that position, and he damn sure don't hate me for having that position. We still gonna break bread with each other. We can disagree, and it's okay. So for anybody on the other channels who felt like it was personal, we take it. Nah, it's not that. It's the same thing. Like he thinks Jordan, I think LeBron. Like it is what it is. One dude got cut from his high school team. The other guy we've been watching from high school. It's not the same.
Yeah, and another thing, they just allow him to charge half the time. But let's throw that out. Somebody every finals they got to, they won. Somebody didn't.
That you got that. That is a fact. However, my guy beat the team with the best record ever.
Yeah, well, my guy also was named MVP, Offensive Player of the Year, and Defensive Player of the Year multiple times.
And All-Star MVP.
Yeah, and when has your guy been named Defensive Player of the Year? How many times?
Never.
That's what I thought.
Never. But who's the all-time NBA leading scorer and he's still playing? I mean,
yeah, but are we not talking about in this league where defense is virtually irrelevant and doesn't exist? Did he play a defense like the Pistons, which was one of the top defenses in the league?
He played the 2005 Pistons, who had beat the 04 Lakers, who was coached by the same guy who coached your dude, and he scored 27 straight points against that defense.
And you're telling
the defending world champions.
And you're telling me
against the defending. Hold on, Marcus. They were the defending world champions. My dude was like 22 years old.
And so you're saying that he would have did that against the 94 Pistons?
The 94 Pistons and the 03-04 Pistons defense was virtually the same.
Nah, bro. Nah. They weren't the same.
04 Pistons, the 04 Pistons kept people to like 78 points a game.
Yeah,
and
but that was only because they were strong in the block. Their defense, their backcourt was not good. They weren't the greatest defense. Not only did you have like Lambeer and all them getting the blocks, you also had Rodman on the boards, and then you also had Joe Dumars picking people's pocket every 5 minutes. You did not have.
Hold on. So we didn't have Detroit. Didn't have Ben Wallace and Rasheed Wallace.
But that's it. I'm talking about the backcourt. The backcourt was not the defensive part.
Chauncey Billups and the lights, Tayshaun Prince.
Offense.
Tayshaun Prince was a defensive master. Chauncey Billups
not Chauncey
Billups. Defensive master.
I'll give it to Tayshaun Prince, not Chauncey Billups. See that? Let's stop. We're gonna go another 30 more minutes.
His nickname is Big Shot. Is Big Shot.
Shot. Exactly.
Marcus, you already know. I love you to death, bro. You already know that's no bullshit. I love you, dog.
That's my man right there. LeBron just shut up, Thomas. I should have knew I couldn't.
Thomas, we supposed to be cool, Thomas. Like I really don't appreciate your last two comments, Thomas. But look, you're native, so I won't hold it against you, okay? Right? Like that's full sarcasm, y'all. Please don't take that.
I agree with this. Best athlete all around. Yeah. Especially when you can like throw elbows and just run people over and charge and do all kind of shit. It's kind of like Shaq, how just charging didn't exist anymore once Shaq came in.
Michael Jordan couldn't beat the white boy in Boston. He's over 6.
But also he didn't have a full team around him, and the white boy in Boston had a full team around him. Are we gonna say he didn't? He had a whole team that could play D, and all he had to do was show up and shoot. What defense or offense did MJ
Larry,
have?
Hold on. No. Let me say this. Let me say this, Marcus. Larry Bird, people should not shit on him. Because when a white guy went to guard Larry Bird said, "Oh, what kind of disrespect is this? You put a white guy on me. Give me the brother."
Keep in mind, Larry might have cooked MJ, but he also cooked Magic Johnson too. Come on now, put some respect on Larry Bird's name.
Look, Michael Jordan never beat Larry Johnson. He only beat Isaiah Thomas once, and he beat Magic after Magic had like the last decade of playing into the finals. So he caught Magic at a bad time. And then obviously Isaiah hurt himself the following year, and then Magic with the AIDS was done.
Yeah, but also we got to remember back in those days, you had teams where it was superstar tandems. Jordan didn't have that superstar tandem until he got Pippen.
Correct. And that's why I'm saying Michael himself says you cannot mention Michael Jordan without mentioning Scottie Pippen. Mm-hmm. I'm saying that right there in itself shows you he's not LeBron.
Wait a minute. But if that's the case, you're gonna say like LeBron without Kyrie, and when he was in Cleveland, he needed Kyrie, didn't he? He needed D Wade in Miami. And he needed in LA. Exactly. So he needed a tandem too.
Davis.
You can't say
everybody. No one in the NBA wins without one or two Hall of Fame players.
Exactly.
But what I'm saying is that's why the Michael Jordan fans are like, "Oh, Jordan," and I'm saying to myself, "Do you not see that guy, Scottie Pippen? Do you know?" Even though his points will only show like 13, 14 points per game and like 7, 8 rebounds per game, they would say, well, he only averaged 16, 7. But if you actually watched Scottie during those runs, he was, oh my God.
But that's averaging also. That's averaging, not factoring in games where he went off.
Look, the Knicks, Yankees, and Giants. Those are my teams. I remember I was too young, but I remember my father and my uncles going. I remember my fathers and my uncles going crazy in 1986 over the Giants beating the Denver Broncos.
And while you threw out Yankees, what happened to them in what was it, 80? Was it 85 or 87? You remember?
Yo, you know what's funny? Throughout the entire 80s, the Yankees were shitty, and we lost to Kansas City. Right?
Yeah, lost us in the World Series. Yeah. Thank you for giving us the World Series. Appreciate it.
Correct. One of my favorite baseball players of all time is Don Mattingly. Right?
Respect.
Don Mattingly was New York City Donnie Baseball. 95, the strike came, and then he retired. 96, Derek Jeter comes, and we took off.
The problem with us is we had to deal with what's his name? David Glass for like 25 years. So I feel unfair. We had literally
I mentioned Panama. Look. I mentioned Panama earlier in the broadcast, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me just say, baseball's greatest closer ever. Let me say it. Is from Panama. Mariano Rivera. Big ups to you, big man.
I'll give you that.
Yes.
I'll give you.
Yes, because Mariano Rivera threw 2 pitches.
Oh my God, Thomas, Red Sox for real? Come on, man.
Oh, okay. Thomas, I thought we was cool until you said Red Sox. Yo, Thomas, you could call me the red coat. I got on a red shirt, so it matched today. You call me the red coat, so you're native. I'm coming for you, Thomas. I'm gonna watch your videos.
But when it comes to the Yankees and Red Sox, fuck both of y'all. Because both of y'all team would be shit without stealing our fucking players. Both of you motherfuckers.
But you know what? I'm jealous of Kansas City because they had the one guy who I think is the only athlete I think is better than LeBron is the dude who played for Kansas City.
Oh, you talking about Bo?
See, my dog knows his shit.
Oh yeah. I told you that I actually met Bo in a parade.
Oh, that's fire.
He was on a float in front of us, and I was like, "Hey, Bo, you gonna come back to Kansas City?" He's like, "Hell no."
Nah, Bo different.
It's when he
Bo
went
different.
to the
But Thomas, were you supposed to be cool? I don't know. I'm questioning our friendship now. Maybe tomorrow I'll feel differently. But you can't come into New York sports chat talking Boston, especially Red Sox. Ugh, that's just trash.
When we bring Thomas, we're gonna have normal drinks. We're gonna give him Guinness.
You know what, Marcus? I'm supposed to be turning 42 this year, but there's 2 years of my life that I don't really count. 2004 and then 2020. So I'm really actually about to be 40 years old.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't count 04. I don't remember 2004.
That means I get to take away years too?
Yes.
Then I'm going to take away enough to be younger than you. How about that?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Anyway, guys,
we'll turn 40 together. Well,
yes,
all right,
correct.
We'll get out of here. Y'all have a good one, man. It was a fun, fiery, unexpected show. You never know what's gonna go on in the political matrix. So I'm glad that y'all joined us. Much love to all y'all who always rock with us, and we will see y'all again next week.
All right,
and
peace out, guys.
Chris, give them that line one more time unless they don't understand. What is the one thing you can do and the only thing you really can do?
Take care of you and yours. That is it. And